Good morning and welcome back to the channel. I don't know what's happened to my camera. I'm going to have a look at that. Sorry about that. But so we're on day 6 now. So let's see what happens today. Thank you for joining me and enjoy the stream. Let me get it started and then I could sort out what's wrong with my camera.
For that?
Yes, sir, to law enforcement.
I beg your pardon?
To law enforcement,
Right.
she did. Yes,
So
sir.
there was a law enforcement statement and a prior deposition.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Do you have any proposal of what we do?
No, sir.
All right. Garcia?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Mr. Garcia is not seeking any action.
All right, Randall?
Your Honor, if I could have one brief moment.
I don't know what's happened there, I'm sorry, but it won't show me on the cam.
Deposition.
All right. But nobody's seeking any action on it. I guess it just happened and we'll move on. I've reminded everybody to tell their witnesses they're under the rule of sequestration. So hopefully everyone has done that. We have other issues we need to take up.
Nothing from the state.
Nothing from Mr. Garcia.
Nothing from Ms. McVan.
Okay. Let's go back to the discovery issue that I've not ruled upon relating to the traffic ticket of Mr. Garcia, State's Exhibit 122. Anybody have anything new they want to say on that? Or I'm prepared to make a ruling, but if somebody has something further, I'll listen to you.
Nothing further from the state.
Nothing further from Mr. Garcia.
What sanction are you seeking, Mr. Sanganet?
Exclusion of the citation, or mention of the citation.
Okay. Mr. Dukas?
Same, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to deny the request to exclude State's Exhibit 122. We've had a Richardson inquiry. I'll make my findings. The first finding is whether it was willful or inadvertent. I don't find there was a willful violation. It probably is sloppy work, but I don't find that there was a willful intent to hide evidence as asserted by the defense that is supported. The piece of evidence is listed on the evidence list that the state provided before trial, which it lists Garcia's speeding ticket, or Garcia ticket. Obviously not trying to hide it. It cannot be established at this point in time exactly when the document was actually provided to the defense, except the defense assertions that they had not actually seen the document until they received the information provided from Sergeant Corbett. But the document that would have contained that information was provided to the defense September 16th. The state received it on September 10th, 6 days, maybe a little longer than it should be, but not an unreasonable amount of time. The court invited everybody to look at the evidence back at the beginning of the trial. I accept the prosecutor's assertions that this ticket was included in those matters. If I don't find a willful violation, was it substantial or trivial? I don't think there has to be some spectrum in between substantial or trivial. I don't find it substantial. I don't find it trivial. It's somewhere in between. It is an item of evidence that I'm sure the state would make some argument from. So I certainly can't say it's trivial. At the same time, whether somebody got a speeding ticket, I can't say is substantial. And the final issue is whether it had a prejudicial effect on the party's trial preparation. I don't find that to be the case. I accept defense counsel's assertions that they've thoroughly investigated this case. I understand that and appreciate that. But as with the other ticket, ultimately what you have is a speeding ticket. I think it's a speeding ticket, traffic ticket of some sort. It's highly unlikely that 5 years after the fact, anything in the way of collateral evidence is going to be gathered as to a traffic ticket, whether the officer would remember this particular ticket beyond what's written in the ticket is highly unlikely there's any other collateral information available. So ultimately what you have is a piece of paper that shows that on a relevant date, Mr. Garcia got a traffic ticket driving a vehicle that is of relevance. The document speaks for itself, and I don't think it would have been any different had it been disclosed 2 months ago versus the way in which it was disclosed. I do, to be clear, say there was a discovery violation, but those are my findings, particularly as to Mr. Garcia. He's probably the one with the most knowledge of this item. He's the one that received the ticket. So he probably has more recollection than anyone else about the circumstances of that. Certainly as to Mr. Garcia, there's even a lessened prejudice. Does that leave anything outstanding?
No, sir.
All right. We'll start with the jury at 9 o'clock. Proceed, Mr. Costa.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Welcome back. I have about 5 more minutes worth of questions for you. You remember yesterday afternoon, we had the easels and we were using them as towers.
Correct, yes.
We talked about if a tower goes down, but we didn't talk about traffic on a tower.
Correct.
All right, so we had Tower A, and we had Tower B, and how it, excuse me, how if Tower A were to go down, that doesn't mean that there wouldn't be cell phone reception, that the range of Tower B could pick up somebody who's in the vicinity of Tower A, right?
Yes.
Now, more specifically on that, it doesn't have to be that the whole tower goes down. One of the tower's sectors could go down, right?
That is possible.
So most of the towers that we're dealing with on this case, they have 3 sectors, right? Most of the Miami towers.
Most of them do, yes.
So if one of those 3 sectors goes down, a caller could be either routed or kicked is the word, right?
Whatever. However, yes.
What's your word?
I guess kicked would be fine.
All right, so it gets kicked to another sector.
Okay.
So they could actually be on the south side of the tower, but they're showing up using the north side sector.
No, I don't In that situation, the sectors are directional, as we talked about. They're oriented in a very specific direction. And if you're very, very close to the tower, then there's a chance that you could communicate with a sector that's facing the opposite direction. As you move away from the tower, that energy is radiating out in the opposite direction that you are. So your handset's not going to reach around and talk to it. But what you have is within a mile or a mile and a half, there's probably the density of cell sites in South Florida is very high. There's going to be another cell site over here or back there that is going to have a sector oriented where you are. And that is the sector your handset would communicate with.
Now, when you're talking about back there, obviously we've scaled things down in here. Tower A was a few feet away from Tower B, but when you're saying over there, if we scale that up, that's miles away, right?
Well, again, as I said, generally our cell site density is about 1.5 miles, maybe a little more in some places. So you're probably not going to go more than 1.5 miles without encountering another cell site.
But we're talking in terms of miles.
We are, yes.
Let's talk about traffic now. So each individual sector has a maximum amount of traffic that it can handle, right?
That's correct.
So give you a hypothetical. Tower A goes down, right? So then all that traffic that would normally be on Tower A gets pushed onto one of the sectors of Tower B, right?
Possible, yes.
If all of that traffic from Tower A on top of the normal traffic that would be on one of those sectors on Tower B, it could overload that sector, right? Let me rephrase that because that makes it seem like it will go down. It could be more traffic than that sector could handle, right?
It could be, yes.
Which would then cause callers to kick to a third tower, Tower C, right?
It is possible, yes.
And again, we don't have any document showing the traffic limits of any of the towers in Miami, right?
No.
And we don't have any of the record showing what, if any, sectors or towers were down on the handful of dates that we have for the handful of towers, right?
That's correct.
I'm going to bring you back over to your slideshow. Can you see that okay?
I can, yes.
If you could explain to the jury again what this slide represents.
We were looking at a series of events, phone calls or text messages between the involved parties on the morning of July 19th.
It's the reason we have a smaller slide today.
Yeah, if you want to transfer
Okay,
off of,
okay,
yeah, he's
All
on.
What we can do is that. It's off of my computer for the
okay,
not having to deal with the page problem we had
okay,
yesterday.
okay, I'm sorry. Just like the bigger one, getting old, it makes it easier for me to see.
Does that work out?
But
All right. So Sergeant, what you're talking about now, we're gonna switch over. And I'm showing you now Defense 10. What you're talking about is these calls right here, right?
This particular slide is dealing with like 10:04 through 10:23 a.m.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, what we're looking at here are the call detail records for Captain McDaniel on the morning of July 19th.
That's correct.
The first communication is right there. That's Louis Rivera calling Captain McDaniel, right?
That's correct.
And these calls go in between the time frame of 10:20 and 10:31, right?
Yes.
Now going back over to your slide, what you have here are the movements of Louis Rivera plotted in blue, right?
The cell sites he's communicating with are plotted in blue, yes.
So can you say what path of travel he was taking? He's over in Miami at 10:07, but somehow 3 minutes later, he's down in between Miami Beach and Miami. That's just a situation that he's hitting different towers, right?
That's correct. The cell sites he's communicating with does not mean he is standing at the base of that tower, obviously. The tower has a coverage area, and he is somewhere within the coverage area of that cell site. As I mentioned before, crossing the water, there's no obstructions, and that signal is more likely to travel further than it would if he were in town. So that could be consistent with him crossing a bridge or crossing that waterway, and his handset would be able to see a cell site that was located further south.
It could also be consistent with him once the calls start traveling over here to Miami Beach, right?
Yes.
This is your next slide, right?
Yes.
Now, again, that's not Rivera's residence, that's a residence of Jessica Rodriguez, right?
That's correct.
Rivera's residence is over on Miami Beach.
His listed address, yes.
Now, what you have here, you have all of the data that you have for Catherine McVanel. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, the things that you had for her were between the timeframes of 10:06 and 10:23.
On the previous slide, yes.
All right. And during that time, between the time frame of 10:20 and 10:31, there's phone calls that are being placed, right?
From who? I'm sorry.
Let's go back over to defense 10. There's phone calls being placed up until 10:31, right?
That's correct.
And one would assume you're not going to call somebody that you're standing next to, right?
Correct.
Now, just to make sure this is clear, you put in all the data for about a half hour's worth of time on one map, right?
Yes.
So what we're seeing here is that Luis Rivera is in the vicinity of Jessica Rodriguez's house, but correct me if I'm wrong, he's hitting the south side of this tower, maybe the south or the west side, and the west side of that tower.
No, sir. I'm sorry. Are you saying the sectors he's communicating with are inconsistent with his house?
No, I'm just asking which sector he's on.
He is on a sector for the 1037 event. He's on a sector that's oriented at about, let me see. I'll have to pull up a different map to tell you the exact sectors. Again, here I'm just representing the actual cell sites that he's communicating with and their proximity to the residence he was staying at.
Now I'm going to go back to the other screen. Basically, we can say that he's in and around Miami Beach and Miami on the morning of July 19th, right?
Yes.
You can't put his exact location anywhere.
No.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. The time frame that, I'll enlarge it for you a little bit, tell me if it's too small. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, the last, the word is ping, right?
Communication.
The last communication that Catherine McVanel's handset has with one of the towers is at 10:31, which is well before Luis Rivera is even in the area, or his handset is even in the area.
Well, he has events at 10:23, which would be more consistent with the island and being near his residence. His next event, I believe we have there, would be 10:35. So somewhere in that time frame, he begins to communicate with cell sites closer to where he was staying.
Now, because there was no use of Catherine McVanel's handset, you can't say that she's still even within that area.
That's correct.
Just because there isn't any stuff on her phone going on for the next, 60 minutes?
I believe it's 40 some minutes. It's 11:23 is the next event.
And that's something that's standard with cell phones, just they're not being used.
That's correct.
Right now, I'm cross-examining you and my phone isn't being used, right?
That's correct.
All right, now, the area that you have, do you know what roadway that is?
It's the major highway there.
95 North, right?
No, that's not 95.
Which one is that?
I believe that's US 1.
That turns into 95?
I'm
You
not
tell me,
familiar.
I don't know.
I'm not familiar. That's, I believe, what they call Biscayne Boulevard, maybe.
You'd agree with me that that's a major thoroughway in Miami?
It appears to be, yes.
All right. Now, it appears to be because it's on maps, you know, the wider roads are usually indicative of multi-lanes,
That's correct, yes.
like highways.
Correct.
Now, in a major city like Miami, would highways have traffic?
Yes.
So what we have here in a nutshell is, and correct me if I'm wrong, I just want to make sure that we have it clear. We can say that on the morning of July 19th, Luis Rivera was in and around Miami and Miami Beach.
Yes,
and Catherine Magbanua was in and around Miami.
yes,
Could be consistent with something going on at Jessica Rodriguez's house.
could be.
Could be consistent with Catherine Magbanua driving north, driving south, driving around, doing errands, right?
Could be.
Last topic. I promised 5 minutes, so I'll speed it up. You were asked questions about Celebrite extractions.
Yes,
You received from Apple Charles Adelson's iCloud information.
the Tallahassee Police Department did, yes.
You get that raw data, you run it through the Celebrite Reader program, right?
Yes,
And it allows you to be able to take a look at the information that's contained in that.
it does.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you have over 300,000 iMessages for Charles Adelson.
That sounds correct.
And this covers as early as 2012 all the way up to 2016.
Correct.
Sergeant, I'm handing you what's been pre-marked. It's Defense 12. You know what that is, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Those are screenshots of the Celebrite Reader with specific iMessages for Charles Adelson's iCloud data.
That's correct, yes.
Now, you know that because you know the Celebrate Reader and you reviewed his data.
I reviewed most of his data, yes.
Defense 12 is a fair and accurate depiction of what one would see in the Celebrate Reader program, right?
It is, yes.
You were asked a question by Ms. Norris yesterday. In your review, if there was any evidence whatsoever of communications in between Sigfredo Garcia and Charles Adelson.
That's correct.
At the beginning of the cross-examination, in your first cross, that ties into this, we talked about how there can be other types of electronic communications that you may not see, right?
That's correct.
One could make a phone call through WhatsApp,
They could.
make a phone call through Facebook,
They could.
message through WhatsApp.
They could.
They could call from a phone that isn't on your radar during the investigation.
That's correct.
Now, if you can explain to the jury, Defense 12, we have a highlighted line,
Has this been offered in evidence?
moving to evidence with the pre-marked at Defense 12.
Any further objections?
No, Your Honor, no.
Any further?
Okay.
All right, it'll be admitted.
Sergeant, if you can explain what.
This is one way to look at some of the data, not as efficient, but we have basically the timeline. And so the Celebrite will collect all of the events in the phone and assemble them into a timeline. So if a picture is taken at 9 o'clock and there's a phone call at 9:02 and a text message at 9:05, we can see those things as they occur
You
chronologically.
need to move your frequent.
Sergeant, were you done?
Well, as opposed to just looking at all the pictures or looking at all the text messages or all the phone calls individually, we can see these in this timeline view. So you have an indication of the from phone number, which would be Ms. Magbanua's number.
Well, I'm gonna ask you another question
Okay.
first, just before we go into that. Timeline, this over here, the 306,000, is that the amount of events that are in this Celebrate?
Those are events in the timeline. So those could be calendar entries, again, call logs, text messages, pictures, all those things that populate in the timeline. So that's how many events of pretty much all categories.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, this is a text message from Catherine McBanua's phone number to Charles Adelson's phone number.
It is, yes.
And the message is right here under body, right?
Correct.
Who is Tuto?
Tuto is the nickname for Mr. Garcia.
And what is the message?
Did Tuto call your phone?
And that's right here, right?
Correct.
Now, this is an almost immediate response from Charles Adelson to Catherine McBanua. And what's the message back?
No.
Moments later, There's another message. And what is the message that Charles Adelson writes to Captain McDaniel?
Actually, he did.
A few seconds later, another message. And what's that message?
It's a little hard for me to read. Something to the effect of,
I don't want to burn your eyes out.
thank you. He invited me to go deep sea fishing. He was so nice.
Now, you know, and I hate to sound so crude, you know the cell phone stuff, right?
I do, yes.
You're in no position to determine what is sarcasm, what is the context of a text message between other people, are you?
Well, in all of the probably now hundreds of thousands to millions of communications, actual communications that I've looked at, I can tell you that I've done it a lot, if that helps draw context.
But you're in no different position than anybody else that sends and receives text messages, right?
Correct.
The next message that we have, correct me if I'm wrong, this is from Captain McDaniel back to Charles Adelson. I'm serious. Now, in your experience looking at millions of messages, would that not indicate that she is not joking around?
That would indicate that she thinks his response was joking. Is in, no, I'm serious. Did he call you?
And what's her full message?
He's fucking driving me crazy.
Next message.
Is your cell phone listed online?
Now that's from Captain McDaniel to Charles Adelson.
That's correct.
Last message.
I don't think my cell is listed online.
What are the relevant dates of your investigation? It was June for the first trip and July for the second trip when the murder happened, right?
That's correct.
Now this would be a handful of weeks before all that happened, correct?
That's correct.
April 25th of 2014.
Yes.
As an expert, can you rule out the possibility that Sigfredo Garcia and Charles Adelson were communicating through other phones, through other apps, or through other electronic communications? Can you rule that out?
Overruled.
I cannot.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Sorry, I gotta go back to the.
We're gonna have to get you a new watch, Mr. Coach. Is that 5 minutes?
I'll make it up on another examination later. I'll save some time. Sorry. Sergeant, real brief. What do those X's mean?
X's mean that they've been deleted.
All the messages were deleted
Well, the ones that you have there are, yes.
between. Now, again, this would be deleted on Charles Adelson's side, right?
That's correct.
Final question. You had evidence that Sigfredo Garcia got rid of his phone
Yes,
after the homicide?
that's correct.
Luis Rivera is.
Actually known as the classification, got rid of this phone.
Restate your question, please, Mr. Costa.
You testified that you learned that Sigfredo Garcia stopped using his phone after the homicide?
That's correct.
Same with Luis Rivera eventually,
That's correct.
not Catherine McBanwell.
That's correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Redirect.
Are you prepared for this? To dovetail into the last question you were asked, were most of the messages that Charlie Adelson had with Catherine McBanwell deleted in his phone?
Yes,
Not just that one particular conversation that defense counsel showed.
correct.
I want to go back to yesterday, briefly when we were discussing like the Comfort rental car. This is the June trip, the vehicle that Sigfredo Garcia rented from Comfort. Can you pull up, we'll strike that. Your Honor, at this time, I'd offer into evidence States Exhibit 122, the UTC with the certified court record documentation.
Any additional objection?
I'll stand on my previous objection.
Same, Your Honor.
All right, my ruling would be the same. I'll admit 122. I will allow recross on this issue.
Yes, sir. Did law enforcement have reason to believe or have reason or an explanation for why it was Sigfredo Garcia rented the Nissan on June 2nd and then exchanged that vehicle for a Hyundai Sonata on June 3rd?
Objection, Judge, facts not an evidence, it's speculation.
Sustained.
Can you show us the traffic citation, please? States Exhibit 122 that was just admitted, published that. Okay, and does this slide show the detail for States Exhibit 122, the traffic citation?
It does.
To whom was that issued?
To Sigfredo Garcia
On what date?
on June 2nd of 2014,
At what time?
9:48 PM.
And do you recall what time the Nissan was rented from Comfort approximately?
I believe 8:50 was the time frame, if I recall.
Okay, now can you go back to the traffic citation? And is the vehicle indicated on the UTC the same make and model of and color of vehicle and tag of vehicle that Mr. Garcia rented from Comfort Rental?
It is, yes.
Okay. And was it subsequent to this traffic citation that the vehicle was exchanged at Comfort for the Hyundai Sonata?
It was, yes.
All of the records you have been talking about, both the first time you testified and yesterday and today, are those real-time location information or are they historical call detail records?
They are historical call detail records.
With historical call detail records, do we get the content of voice communications? Meaning, if I were to call you and we talk for 5 minutes, do those records give us the content of what we're talking about over the telephone?
It does not.
You were asked yesterday by Mr. Zanganeh about your knowledge of a federal wiretap on Mr. Rivera in 2014
Yes,
related to gang activity. Did the FBI provide you with names associated with different gang members and the phone numbers associated with those individuals?
they provided a number of names and phone numbers, which to my understanding, at least some of those did come from that wiretap.
Were you able to cross-reference those with the numbers? Were you able to cross-reference those names and phone numbers with phone records of persons of interest in this particular murder investigation?
Yes, they were added in, again, to our analytical software. Those names were added in. So any reports or call logs or things that were generated would show the phone number and the name. So those were provided to the investigators, makes it easier for them when evaluating days or looking at communications to see a name with a number.
And once that was done, was there any phone evidence in this case to suggest that this murder involved a Latin King gang activity?
None that I'm aware of.
Regarding the lack of cell phone evidence that Sigfredo Garcia went on this June trip in 2014 with Luis Rivera, is there any phone evidence which proves that Sigfredo Garcia was not on the June trip in 2014?
Objection, outside the scope of the right.
Overruled.
It's scope of process, I apologize.
I understood your objection.
Like, do you need me to ask the question again? Or?
No, I understand. Again, without having any location information, there's certainly no way to say that he wasn't on the trip.
In your demonstrative visual aid where you've indicated Luis Rivera's residence on these demonstrative maps, what exact address did you use?
It was, I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head, 135th Street. I could actually get the actual numerics if you need.
If you could, I'd like.
Yes, I was given 1505 Northeast 135th Street in North Miami.
Did that one more time, I'm sorry.
1505 Northeast 135th Street, North Miami.
is there any evidence that you are aware of that Luis Rivera was staying at this Normandy address you've been asked about repeatedly?
Again, none that I'm aware of.
Did you have phone records to review to see where it appeared Luis Rivera was putting his head every night?
Yes,
And were those consistent with Jessica Rodriguez's house throughout this time period we're focusing on?
yes.
If you could pull up for me, this would be the June 2nd, 2014 map demonstrative. And it shows, this is the one showing Catherine Magdaleno's handset moving from her residence to the area of the Comfort rental car. Are there a lot of towers in this area we're being shown?
Yes, actually, the small red dots represent the other Sprint cell sites in the area. The large red dot obviously is the one that her handset is communicating with.
Can you zoom in on the Comfort rental car? And the red dot for the 853 through 858, is that just a larger red dot indicating the exact tower that she's communicating with?
That's correct, yes.
And zoom in a little more for me, please. And that fat red arrow is this, I guess, if you were to think of it as a pie with the sectors, that fat red arrow is indicating she's somewhere this direction that arrow is
Yes.
pointing?
Yes, so the particular side of the cell site she's communicating with is this one. It's oriented in this direction. And again, we talked about, we expect as a handset travels around a cell site that this sector is going to cover until this one picks up and that one, and I apologize, they're small in this particular slide. So that does put her, the coverage area of that cell site somewhere in this direction.
Can you zoom back out again for me? One more time. One more time. Can you also pull up, oh wait. Can you also pull up, this is the July 17th location near Truscott Drive. Can you zoom out on that for me as well? One more time. Okay. What are all these little blue things on this map?
Those would be the other AT&T cell sites. Mr. Rivera's phone was an AT&T phone, so these are the AT&T cell sites.
So these are all the cell sites in the area shown of Tallahassee that a phone on that, with that cell carrier could be communicating with at that particular time.
That's correct.
And zoom back in on the one with the fat arrow on it. So
There's two, sorry.
it's okay. Okay. So of all of those towers that we just saw for this particular event on July 17th for Luis Rivera's phone, of all of those towers, these are the two that it's communicating with.
That's correct.
And do the two large arrows indicate that, would it be reasonable to expect the handset to be somewhere in the area that those big fat arrows are pointing?
Yes, when we have an event that maybe toggles between two cell sites, it communicates with one, maybe possibly begins an event on one, ends on another. And when those sectors are oriented towards one another, it's reasonable to conclude that they're not beyond this cell site or beyond this cell site. They're actually somewhere in between those two cell sites.
And the pictures that we've seen here, the maps showing numerous cell locations, and sometimes the language was used miles and miles and miles apart. There may be a mile and a half apart at most.
Well, that density changes a lot. And here within the city, they're very close together. As you get out into the rural parts of the county, they're much further apart, as you can see here. So, and that is true in South Florida as well. They're a little closer together because the population density is higher. But it's a difficult question to answer because it varies by where you're at.
So if we're looking here in Tallahassee, we're a smaller town, you'd agree, than Miami. Miami would have even closer, more towers that would be even closer to one another.
That's correct.
Mr. Dakota asked you some questions about this kind of parade of horribles of one tower could be out of service and be down, and then maybe the next tower next.
Objection, move to strike, counsel testifying parade of horribles.
Rephrase,
I can
please.
rephrase.
North.
You were asked about a series of events that could possibly happen. For example, one tower could be down, and then the neighboring tower could also be down, and so forth. And then, in addition, one tower might have too much traffic, along with the towers being out of service, et cetera. Is there any indication that the locations and cell sites and sectors that you have told this jury about on each of these slides, is there any indication that any of those factors were at play in those situations?
Again, there's no indication. What we're looking at is the cell site and the sector that the handset communicated with. So we know that one is functioning because the handset actually used it. As we continue to look at events over a period of time, and while it's not conclusive, we do see that her handset communicates with, over the course of the investigation, every one of those cell sites that we saw at some point or another, her handset communicates with, which again would be another at least indicator that those cell sites are there and functional.
Because if you have a record showing it's communicating with the cell.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Would you have records of a handset communicating with a tower if that tower were down?
We would not.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Would you have a record of a handset communicating with a tower if that tower were down under the hypotheticals you got?
No, if the handset communicates with a tower in a sector, we know that that's functional. At least that sector is functional for that event.
And are you taking into account multiple different factors when determining what tower a handset is communicating with?
Well, really, that determination is very simple. That's in the records, and that is taken directly from the records provided to us by the carrier. And I simply take that information and place it on the map and show the orientation of that particular sector. And then it's a simple matter of comparing other locations that may or may not be covered by that cell site.
In your experience, how common is it for a cell site or a tower to be down or inoperable?
In my experience, it's uncommon.
Do most of these towers or cell sites have any capabilities to back themselves up should they have an outage or go down?
Well, there's certainly backup power considerations that if we lose power for some reason in a natural disaster, there may be generator backup for them. And again, the way the network is laid out, that there is sufficient coverage should a cell site not be functional for whatever reason, that there is other cell sites your handset could communicate with.
If you have told us that throughout your presentation, if you have told us that a particular location is within the coverage area of a cell site, how confident are you that that location is within the coverage area of the cell site that you specified?
Objection, improper question. Bolster.
It's also fairly convoluted. I sustain the objection. I'm not real sure what the question asked for.
I'll rephrase. For the locations you've indicated to this jury about what cell site is being communicated with, are you confident in those locations?
Objection, improper bolstering.
Sustained.
How do you know that the sectors you've indicated are accurate?
Well, again, they're taken from the carrier records.
The evening of July 14th, and to remind you from yesterday, this was the dinner with Charlie Adelson with Catherine Magbanua. There was some suggestion about Luis Rivera's driver's license location, Normandy Avenue, being near where Charlie Adelson's phone was. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
Based on all of the evidence that you have in this case, is it more consistent with being at Catherine Magbanua's residence than the Normandy address?
Objection, improper question, speculation.
Overruled.
And goes to the ultimate issue of the case.
Overruled.
As those locations are so close together, I would not be able to rule out one over the other.
Is there any indication that Luis Rivera's handset is at that Normandy address at that location and time?
I do not recall, he was actually in that area at some point in the evening, yes.
prior to the later event?
I don't recall the exact time, but he, again, was in that area, yes.
That evening of the July 14th was, how many weeks was that
You're
after?
looking down and talking to Miss Norris. and I'm
Sorry, Judge.
I can't understand.
That July 14th evening, how many weeks was that after the June trip?
Oh, geez, 6 or 7 weeks. The June trip was June 4th, 5th, so this is 14 days into July now.
Mary Teresa.
But-
One thing I want to make sure of on Defense Exhibits 8, sorry, I have them out of order, 7, 8, 9, and 10, all of the times on these are correct, right?
Well,
Show him what you're talking about, please, Miss Norris.
so the original question asked of me was, when first evaluating these, do they accurately represent the records? And they do, absolutely. As far as the times, they are correct in the records, but we understand that sometimes the times may not be correct to our location. So for Sprint records, we know that their text messages are delivered to us in Central Time. So we make an adjustment as we look at the records to make sure that we're looking at them from our perspective. The AT&T records are provided in coordinated universal time, so we have to do an adjustment for that. The records are correct, the times are accurate, we just need to know the time zone for them.
Well, what time zone are these records in the Defense Exhibits?
These are the records from Ms. Bagbanowa and Sprint. So again, the voice phone calls are in the time that her handset was, which would have been Eastern time, and the text messages are in Central time.
So any text messages would need to be adjusted in what way?
They would need to have an hour added to them.
I want to show you what's in evidence as Defense Exhibit 7. The first page. You see, for example, these two purple, I know you can't read the numbers, but the two purple events here on June 4th. One is at 17:21:12, the other is at 17:21:13. And for calls number, there's some codes here, like 812. What does that mean?
Well, as we see the notation there of routed calls, most of the incoming calls that we see to Ms. Bagbanowa's handset are routed somewhere within the network somehow. So we're just seeing an indication again of routing, and there are a few reasons for that. The call did complete in that particular case. There's no indication that it went to voicemail, but there is some inter-network routing of that call.
So is that two separate calls?
No, it is one call.
So although it appears, okay. I want to ask you the same question about page 2 of Defense Exhibit 7. For example, up here, there are two purple lines to this number ending in 6403. And it appears that, for example, this one was at 22:18:47, and then another one at 22:18:47. Are those different events?
No, those again, same event, and in this case, there is indication that it was routed to voicemail for this particular call.
And the last one I want to point out are these blue numbers down here that are highlighted, where we have, for example, 3 of those on June 5th had the exact same time, 13, 16, and 7. Are those 3 separate events?
They're most likely not. In this case, they're not 3 separate events. They are, again, one event showing some routing and a redirection to voicemail. In any of the summaries that I put together for this. The best way to know, we're looking at the incoming events here in her phone, and we're seeing some routing, and it could be one call, it could be two calls. The easiest thing for me to do is go back to the other person's phone records and see how many outgoing events there are. So in any of those demonstratives, I made sure to look at if we had them, the other person's phone records to see how many times they actually dialed her number. And that helped me reduce any of those extra events in the records.
So would you agree with me that the raw records that you were asked to review and that were introduced into evidence yesterday, Defense Exhibit 7, 8, 9, and 10, may make it appear to a layperson's eyes that these are multiple events, but to someone with your training and experience, you know that they're only single events?
That's correct, yes.
Turning now to Defense Exhibit, I think this is actually the same exhibit, Exhibit 7. Do you recall being asked a series of questions about, you put up the map of the June trip up from Miami to Tallahassee. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were asked how many phone calls there were between Catherine McBanois and, I believe it was Sigfredo Garcia?
I believe so, yes.
And Defense Counsel had narrowed that time frame for which they wanted to know how many calls there were between Catherine McBanois and Sigfredo Garcia to just the travel.
That's correct.
I believe you indicated it started at around 1:40 a.m. and they arrived in Tallahassee approximately 12:38 p.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Did it appear the majority of that travel was during the middle of the night?
It did, yes.
You were not limited to that. Well, strike that. You did have one call in that time period, didn't you?
We did, yes.
And what time was that call?
I believe that was, and I apologize for not having the exact times up, but I think we had a 9:55 call.
Was that this call highlighted in green?
Yes,
And that was an outgoing call from Catherine McBanois' handset to Sigfredo Garcia
that's correct.
in the morning hours.
That's correct.
Next time, Your Honor, I'd like to publish what's in evidence in State's Exhibit 181.
No?
If you expand the June trip and don't just look at the drive during the middle of the night, but look at the entire June trip as a whole. Is there substantial communication between Catherine McBanois and Sigfredo Garcia?
There are.
On the 5th of June, 2014, how many communications are there between these two handsets?
I'm sorry, counting from across the room, I'd say about 13 or 14.
Would you describe that as constant communication?
I would say at least regular communication. It does appear to be 14.
14.
Yes.
And then on the 6th, we have approximately 5 additional ones for this particular time frame.
That's correct.
Now I want to show you what's in evidence of Defense Exhibit 9. Second page. Mr. DeCosta asked you if there was any call between Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine Magbanua handsets prior to 12 p.m. on July 17th, 2014. Do you recall that?
I believe so, yes.
Is there any call between Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine Magbanua's handset on the 17th?
Yes, there are calls between their handsets on the 17th.
And are those indicated here by the green highlights?
That's correct, yes.
And who is calling who in that record?
For all of those events, we show, again, this is Ms. Magbanua's records. So outbound from her records means that she is doing the calling. And so those are outbound calls from her to Mr. Garcia's number.
And what are the times of those two calls to Sigfredo Garcia?
The first two are at 1:51 and 1:52
PM?
PM, yes, sorry.
Now, Your Honor, if I may publish states exhibit 182, which is in evidence. Does this exhibit show the communications between Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia on the July trip?
It does, yes.
And do we see those two calls from Magbanua's handset to Garcia's handset at 1:51 and 1:52 on the day before the murder?
That's correct, yes.
How many other communications are there between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia's handsets on the 17th?
On the 17th,
Yes, sir.
again, I'm sorry, trying to read across the room. I want to say 10.
In addition to the 1:51 and 1:52 calls?
Well, no, that would include those. I think I see 11, not including them, so we'll say 9 additional.
Sorry, my computer went to sleep. Sorry, 1 second. Now I want to look at Defense Exhibit 10. And are these the calls from Saturday morning, July 19th?
That's correct, yes.
Do these records indicate that Mr. Rivera called Catherine Magbanua, not the other way around?
That's correct, yes.
But they clearly communicated. Would you agree with that?
They did, yes.
Prior to that phone call, Mr. Rivera and Ms. Magbanua's handsets had never communicated?
That's correct.
Objection. Improper question. The records are limited.
Overruled.
I also want to show you now State's Exhibit 97. I'm sorry, it can't all fit on there. Are these the communications between the relevant parties Saturday morning, July 19th?
Objection is to relevant parties.
Overruled.
For this particular summary, it's actually all the communications for that morning.
If you were asked some questions yesterday about Luis Rivera's testimony, do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Would these records be indicative of Catherine Magbanua's handset attempting desperately to get in contact with Mr. Garcia's handset?
Yes, it would.
And at the time of these beginning calls, 9:44 through approximately just before 10 o'clock. That's when she's traveling south from the direction of Charles Adelson's house.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
During that time period, that was the slide you showed us of her communication records showing her traveling south.
That's correct.
In the direction she was traveling south, was Charles Adelson's residence located north of that.
It was, yes.
After the beginning communications are Luis Rivera, start that, not Secreto Garcia, that aren't Luis Rivera and Catherine Ivanez handsets consistent with being near the area of Luis Rivera's house.
After that time frame, the 1031 event, yes.
And that's the same night that Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia's handsets returned from Tallahassee to Miami.
Well, this would be the morning after that. Yes.
Once you have them all in the same area, Mr. Rivera and Ms. McBanoa, and we don't know where Mr. Garcia's handset is, that 50-minute period or 40-some-odd minute period you were asked about, during that time, was there any communications between Garcia, McBanoa, and Rivera?
No.
Can you pull up Saturday, July 19th, the slide? It is showing Ms. McBanoa's, or Ms. Garcia. I want you to show the location information for that 9:44 a.m. beginning series of calls. Can I have you plug in an address for me?
I can try, yes.
Do that?
Not in the way I am right now, but we can probably get to that. If you want to mute me for just 1 second. Sorry. And I'm sorry, what would be the address?
I want you to look up 10735 Northeast 9th Avenue.
Is that Biscayne Park?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay. Where is that address in relation to Catherine McBanoa's events beginning at 9:44 a.m. on July 19th?
Well,
Are you ready for me?
yes, yes. And I apologize, from this particular map, I can't make a note on there right now, but this is the Northeast 9th Avenue, that the address that I was asked about, that particular numeric would appear to be near this intersection here. So as we come out a little bit, I'll leave my arrow on where that address is. We can see it's not that terribly far from where her handset's communicating for those events.
Okay. Can you zoom out again? To show me the 9:44 a.m. events? Okay. So I wish I had a laser pointer for that.
I do.
May I use that, Yonder?
Sure.
So and correct me if I'm wrong, but you indicated that location was somewhere around here?
It still should be where the mouse pointer is.
Oh, where is it? Okay, sorry. So right there is that address I just gave you of 10735 Northeast 9th Avenue.
That's correct.
You were asked yesterday about hypothetically if Ms. McBanoa could be coming from Yendra Mascaro's house. Is that?
That's correct.
And you didn't know what her address is, did you?
I didn't tie the name to the address. As I looked at it on the map, I realized I was familiar with it.
Okay, so you are familiar with Miss Yendra Mascaro's address?
Yes,
Okay, and it's that where your little pointer is right there.
correct.
So is Catherine Magbanow's handset's path of travel consistent with her leaving Yendra Mascaro's house?
It would not be.
Yesterday, you were asking questions, for example, by defense counsel about the comfort rental car location. Back in June, when Magbanow's handset travels from her residence to the comfort rental location back to her residence. You were asked whether that could be indicative of her dropping someone off at the airport. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do you also recall being asked some questions about the July 19th time period from 10 to 10:30 a.m.? And Mr. DeCoste pointed out some houses and said she could have been at this house, she could have been at this house, et cetera.
Correct.
Is it also, going back to the comfort rental location, consistent with Ms. Magbanow's handset going to Comfort to rent a car and then returning to her residence?
It is also consistent with that, yes.
Same thing for the many different houses. Is it consistent, could she have been at any of these other houses? Is it also possible it could be consistent with her being at Mr. Rivera's residence for a money drop on Saturday morning?
That's correct.
Another question you were asked dealt with each particular set of data that we went through from June through July. And you were asked, you have no information that ties her to a murder. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
When you're doing your cell phone analysis in a case like this, are you looking at each particular event in isolation?
No, certainly not.
Are you looking at all of the events combined to determine, what type of activity is going on?
Yes, we try to look at as much as we have to either add context or meaning or to give us some indication of what may be occurring. And obviously in this case, it was a voluminous amount of information, but we tried to look at as much as we could.
For Saturday, July 19th, that morning, are there any phone records for Luis Rivera that could be consistent with the barber shop that's right next to his house that he goes to?
Yes.
I think the last slide I want to ask you about is, let me get to it, sorry. This is the one from July 19th showing Luis Rivera's handset. Yes, sir, that one, thank you. Here we have several locations. Magbanow's residence and the yellow flag, then Ms. Carmona Garcia residence with another yellow flag, and then Mr. Rivera's residence. Do the phone records support, or would the phone records be consistent with Rivera's handset traveling from the area of his residence, including that potential barber shop, to Stephanie Carmona's house, and then returning to the Rivera residence?
They would be consistent with that, yes.
And is it true that once Rivera's handset returns to the area of his residence, there's no further attempts to reach Sigfredo Garcia by any of these people?
That's correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Your legal objection.
Improper characterization, people versus
Overruled.
handsets.
You were asked some questions yesterday about Luis Rivera's old phone number. It was a 305 number. I believe it was 305-935-6615.
That sounds correct, yes.
Did Catherine Magbanow's handset ever call a number extremely similar to that number?
Objection, relevance.
I'll approve this, Jeff.
How close?
Okay, let me tell you, did she ever call the number 305-934-6615?
No, she did not.
Did she ever call 305-935-6615?
You'll have to give me a second to look for that one.
Yes, sir.
Objection sidebar, Your Honor.
Okay. Gary's probably about ready for a break anyway. Why don't we take 15 minutes? Because
Yeah, sure. Can I use the overhead and make the objection?
you know,
Make it simple. Louis Rivera testified that his phone number was 305.
everybody either sit, have a seat or step out. We've got some business to conduct.
Louis Rivera testified that his phone number was 305-934-6615. What shows up in the phone records is a phone number that is different than the phone number that actually belonged in. The phone number that shows up in the records, and the sergeant here can tell us, is 934-6615.
Do that again.
The phone number that Louis Rivera testified about, that was his, is 305-934-6615. And that's the number that shows up in Captain McDaniel's call records. What we have is we have a subpoena from Sherry Bennett to Apple. There was a response from Apple with this business record certification, and we received this stack of documents from the state in discovery. What Your Honor will see is that it's for Louis Rivera, the email tato1983@ymail, and the phone number is 305-935-6615, different phone number. Agent Patrick Sanford also did a report of his review, 935-6615. The phone number communicated by Captain McBanwell was 934-6615, and I believe the sergeant will tell us that that's what's in her records as well too.
That's
That's
correct.
what Louis Rivera testified about. So that's why I objected to relevance, because it looks like to the jury that she's talking to Louis Rivera, but it's a different phone number. That's all. Thank you.
Ms. Norris.
Yes, sir.
And frankly, I don't remember exactly what Mr. Rivera testified to, but anyway, have a seat, Mr. DeCosta.
Yes.
Yes, sir, and I don't recall the exact number. I believe Ms. Kappelman, if I'm not mistaken, said, I'm going to read a number to you and tell me if that sounds familiar, and he indicated, yes, that sounds like my old number. The state's argument here, and this is in response to the questions of Mr. DeCoste yesterday, is that Sergeant Corbett can testify that there are only 2 times ever, because Captain McBanwa and Louis Rivera have never communicated, but for that July 19th date, there are only 2 times ever that Captain McBanwa tried to call a number very similar to Mr. Rivera's. That number that she dialed was 305-934-6615. The 2 times that she attempted that number, only 1 digit off from Mr. Rivera's previous phone number, was on June 5th, the day before the first attempted murder, and on June 17th, the day before the actual murder. No other time did she ever attempt to call that particular phone number. I think that is significant because our
June 5th and when?
June 5th, 2014 and July 17, 2014. And I think the coincidence of attempting to call a number only 1 digit off from Mr. Rivera's old number, then her late.
What do you think his old number is?
I don't recall his exact testimony, but I know it was 305-93 something 6615.
Maybe they're saying we have records for a number. Do we have records for a phone number for Rivera?
I can hand them up to Your Honor.
That's not, I think he's asking for you're talking about call detail records for that phone number?
Right.
That would be a question for Sergeant Corbett, Your Honor. I don't know. I don't believe so.
I don't believe so either.
I beg your pardon?
I don't believe we do, sir. I'm looking right now.
And-
And you're waiving something at us, Mr. DeCoste. What are the records you're waiving at?
The same things that I presented, Your Honor, I can show it on the,
But what are they? That's my question.
so this is the warrant that was sent to Apple by the Tallahassee Police Department. Apple responded first with a business record certification, and also now it was different, it prints out different than the spreadsheet, but this is the response from Apple. It's a 16-page document that has the email address for Luis Rivera, the phone number that belonged to him, and then I have a 302 from Patrick Sandberg that talks about his review of it, that the phone number belonging to Luis Rivera was the 935 number.
Well, Apple doesn't give phone records, so what records are these that you're saying came from Apple?
Subscriber information.
Apple doesn't run a phone service. So what are the records supposed to be?
So this is gonna show that Luis Rivera hadn't walked around through it.
I understand what you're showing me, but it's records of what? It's not a phone record. Apple doesn't keep phone records. What is it a record of?
User information. This is all the data that Apple had to give back to the Tallahassee Police Department pursuant to the warrant that was sent to them.
For the 935 number.
Correct, Your Honor.
Is that what they were seeking?
Well, actually, let me clarify that, Your Honor. In the warrant, it was all information for this email address, not for a specific phone number. So they were trying to find anything that.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm confused. Apple doesn't keep phone records. So you're saying that for that email address, that's the subscriber number that was given.
What I think, so this has Apple iCloud account. I have Apple iCloud. When I want to get into it, I have to use an email address and a password to log in. So I think that's why, and I can't assume what Sherry Bennett is doing. But when they got this document signed by a judge for the search warrant, that they wanted to find out from Apple anything that Apple had associated with the email address that they knew applied to Luis Rivera. Luis Rivera, again, is Tato. His date of birth is 4/25/1983, which is consistent here. So they sent that over to Apple, and Apple sent back everything they had for any logins using that email address as the username.
The source.
Your Honor, and my concern about those records, I think, is similar to the court's as far as, I think that is user-provided information to Apple as far as phone number, contact information. Mr. Rivera testified to this number. Ms. Magbanawala's handset tried to call this number on two very pivotal dates out of all the records, both of which were during both murder trips. And that's the relevance and why I'm seeking to
And
elicit.
that's the 934 number,
Yes, sir.
which Mr. DeCoste agrees is the number Mr. Rivera said he was using.
No, Your Honor, so I knew this issue when it came up, and I made specific notes, and I'm sure that if we go back in the record, that what he said was his phone number was not 935, it was 934.
Right. The state's agreeing with that. They said she tried to call the 934 number.
No. Luis Rivera says his phone number was the 934 number.
Right.
The records show the 934 number. The number that belongs, and I think it's improper for us to assume what's entered in user information. The records from Apple show that Luis Rivera's phone number was 935.
That's not his phone records. That's a subscriber information in Apple. But do you have calls to a 934 number?
I have 3 attempted calls.
What's that?
I have 3 attempted calls.
You seem to be supporting the state's argument that this is relevant, Mr. DeCoste. If that was Rivera's testimony, that his number is 305-934-6615, then calls by Ms. McBanawala to that number are relevant.
No, Your Honor.
Well,
That's not
what you
his-
said.
That's not his number though.
Well, that's what you contend. You're not a witness.
No, that's
He
what,
testified that it was 9346615, according to you.
correct. And that's what the records show. At no point did the state attorney's office of the Tallahassee Police Department try to get records for that phone. They did, however, try to get records for anything tying to the email address known for Luis Rivera and the information that was provided back. Now, it would be a gross assumption to say that this number was just entered in incorrectly. The number associated with Luis Rivera for Apple is a different.
You're not making any sense. The testimony from Mr. Rivera is that his number is 934. We have phone calls from Ms. Magbanua to that number, so it's relevant.
I would hope that the court would allow us then to enter in the state's evidence that shows that the phone number that he actually had was a different phone number.
Well, you contend that's what it shows. That doesn't convince me that that's accurate.
Your Honor, the only thing that I'd add is that for Agent Patrick Sanford that wrote a 302 with the phone number 305, it convinced him.
Well, that's not the testimony before the court. The objection at this point is relevance objection. Overruled the irrelevance objection. Don't take 5 minutes.
Your Honor, we make it 10 minutes.
Okay. 10 minutes.
Sergeant Corbett, where we left off, if there's testimony that Luis Rivera had an old phone number of 305-934-6615, do we have any records that Catherine Magbanua's handset called 305-934-6615?
We do, yes.
And in all of the records that we have for Catherine Magbanua, how many times did she call that particular number?
There were 3 attempts.
And what were the dates of those attempts?
The first was June 5th of 2014 at 10:59 p.m. The second would have been July 17th of 2014 at 11:40, and then again at 11:41 p.m.
Those are both PM.
Both July 17th, sir, yes, and both p.m.
And so a total of 3 attempts by Magbanua's handset to Luis Rivera's old phone number.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
What is the significance of the June 5th, 2014 date?
That was during the June trip to Tallahassee.
What is the significance of the July 17th, 2014 date?
During the July trip to Tallahassee.
What is the next time she, oh, strike that, let me ask you. Any of those 3 calls that Ms. Magbanua made to the 305 number?
Objection, Ms. Magbanua versus handset.
I'll clarify. Of those 3 times that Catherine Magbanua's handset attempted to call the 305 number, first on June 5th, and then again twice on July 17th, did any of those calls connect?
They do not appear to. They're extremely short duration, 14 seconds, 10 seconds, and 8 seconds.
What could that be indicative of?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Again, the person not answering, phone being out of service, or just changing your mind and hanging up. A number of reasons.
After those attempts, what would be the next communication or attempted communication between Catherine Magbanua's handset and Luis Rivera's handset?
The known handset, the records we've already been talking about.
The new one, yes, sir.
When would the next one be? Not until July 19th of 2014.
And that was the Saturday morning where the handsets appeared to congregate near Mr. Rivera's residence.
That's correct.
And am I correct that that communication between Magbanua's handset and Luis Rivera's handset occurred after Magbanua's handset reached out to Anthony Ortiz?
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You might,
I'm showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 183 and shown to Defense Counsel this morning. Do you recognize this document?
I do, yes.
And what does it show?
So this is also a portion of the iCloud returns for Mr. Charlie Adelson. This is the same conversation that we spoke about earlier. This is from the chats section of that report, so it's organized a little differently, but it's the same information.
And is the content identical to Defense Exhibit you previously were looking at?
It is, yes.
Would you agree it's in a little bit more digestible or readable format?
It would appear to be yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time I'd offer into evidence State's Exhibit 183.
is there objection?
Nothing, Mr. Garcia.
No objection.
All right, they'll be admitted.
Where's it published?
You may.
Are these messages in order chronologically from top to bottom?
They are, yes.
Are you familiar with the expression about taking someone deep sea fishing?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you?
Well, I think an allusion to taking someone deep sea fishing or swimming.
Objection, invading the province of the jury.
Your Honor,
Improper opinion.
may I be heard?
It's speculation.
Your-
Have a seat.
You were asked if you believed, when I was questioning you yesterday, that there was any evidence to support communication between Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia.
That's
Is that
correct.
right? And you made those determinations based on your own training, experience, life experience, when evaluating the evidence and the records and the iCloud in this case, didn't you?
That's correct, yes.
Did you consider this text thread or exchange between Mr. Adelson and Catherine Magbanua evidence of communication between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua?
No, I actually considered evidence of no communication.
And why is it that you did not consider this evidence of any communication between Mr. Adelson and Mr. Garcia?
Well, I believe in reading the context or reading the messages here.
Objection, speculation.
You may continue.
The question is asked, did he call your phone? And there's a response, no. Then there's an additional response about going deep sea fishing and an explanation that how nice he was. And the response to that is, I'm serious. And to me, again, that means that she did not believe the response from Mr. Adelson was serious. And she was being serious and didn't want him, she wanted him to understand that. So I'm serious.
Objection, Your Honor, same, invading the province of the jury.
Overruled.
I'm serious. He's driving me crazy. And then the question is your cell phone listed online? And he says, I don't think my cell is listed online. So to me, this means that Mr. Garcia does not know Mr. Adelson's phone number and does not have apparently at least an easy way to
Objection,
obtain
speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
that phone number. In addition to the chats being backed up in the call log or in the iCloud, we also have the call logs. We have other records of communication that may be in there. And a search for Mr. Garcia's phone number returned nothing. There was no indication that there was in fact a phone call in this time frame. So again, I do not consider that evidence of communication.
Based on your familiarity with this case and the evidence in this case, are you aware of any means that Mr. Garcia would have to actually take Mr. Adelson deep sea fishing?
None that I'm aware of.
In your analysis of the records where there was a lack of communication between Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, you were reviewing iCloud, phone records, WhatsApp communications, things of that nature.
Correct.
Are the records that you've reviewed consistent with Charlie Adelson's comment at 10:35 a.m. that no, Tudo did not call him?
They are consistent with that, yes.
Yeah, one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you, Sergeant Corbett. I have no further questions.
All right, well, give Garcia recross if you desire on limited subject of States Exhibit 122 and States Exhibit 183 and Defense Exhibit 12.
Judge, if I may review those.
I'm sorry,
If I may
you want me to,
If I may review those specific,
you want me to tell you what I'm referring to? The traffic ticket
Yes, sir.
was 122, the 183 and 12 were the iCloud records.
yes, sir, respect.
Good morning again, Sergeant. So the traffic ticket that the government showed you this morning was a traffic ticket that my client obtained in a Nissan Sentra, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And that was a Nissan that he rented maybe an hour or so beforehand, correct?
Believe so, yes.
And that shows that he was driving that car, right?
It would indicate that, yes.
Okay. And that's because a police officer pulled him over, took his identification, confirmed his identification, and drafted a citation, correct?
Yes,
You'll also agree with me that 36 hours later, Luis Rivera received a citation as well, correct?
he did, yes.
And he was driving another vehicle, correct?
Correct.
That was rented for him, correct?
Well,
Let me rephrase it. That was rented, but the evidence that we have shows that Luis Rivera was driving, correct?
that's correct.
And that evidence is the citation he received, correct?
Yes,
As well as the cell data that you have with regards to the phone related to Luis Rivera, correct?
that's correct.
Now, the government showed you the government showed you evidence with regards to Charlie Adelson's iCloud, correct?
Correct.
And it comes from someone that has an account with Apple, correct?
Yes,
So if you have an iPhone or an iPad or a limited variety of communication devices, you will be able to have an iCloud account, correct?
you would, yes.
Did Luis Rivera have an iCloud account?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did Luis Rivera have an iPhone?
He did.
Now, to your knowledge, did Secreto Garcia have an iCloud account?
To my knowledge, no.
And that's because he did not have an iPhone, correct?
For the handsets that I looked at, they were not iPhones, correct?
But I'm sorry, just want to make sure. So the handsets that were associated with my client, they were not iPhones, correct?
The ones that I've spoken about, no, they were not.
And the ones that you're speaking about are the ones that are related to this investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You'll agree with me that so Luis Rivera has an iPhone, right?
He did at one point, yes.
And at that point, we're talking about the time frame of this investigation, is that correct?
Yes,
And Charlie Adelson had an iPhone, correct?
he did.
Now, let me ask you this question. Are you familiar with FaceTime audio calls?
Yes,
If there is a FaceTime audio call, is that memorialized in the iCloud?
it would not be.
So if Luis Rivera did a FaceTime audio call to Charlie Adelson, there'd be no record of that, correct?
Let me say, I don't believe that would be recorded. We did not see that, and I'm not sure sitting here exactly when the FaceTime audio calls came in. We're talking about 2014, and I don't know exactly when that service was started.
So just so I have that clear. Is there a way to capture on an iCloud FaceTime audio calls between iPhone users?
You're talking about the substance of them. Is that what you're asking, Mr.
No,
Singer?
just the fact that a call was made on FaceTime audio.
I'm not certain if the FaceTime call would be captured as a potential call log, because it does populate in a number of devices as a phone call, even though it was conducted over FaceTime. And if it did that, then it would be captured in the cloud.
Did you see a FaceTime audio call? Well, what about FaceTime video calls? Do they show up on call detail reports?
No, they do not.
What about FaceTime audio calls?
They do not.
What about WhatsApp?
In call detail records, no, they do not.
What about Telegram messages?
No,
Skypes,
no,
Signals?
no.
And these are all communications that could be made between iPhone users like Luis Rivera and Charlie Ilson, correct?
Correct.
I believe they've opened the door with regards to the iCloud. Your
All
Honor.
right, let's keep it to the iCloud records.
Counsel for Ms. Magbanua showed corresponding communication between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Adelson with regards to my client calling Mr. Adelson, correct?
Correct.
Pretty short back and forth, right?
It was, yes.
And in essence, the content of it was whether or not my client had reached out to Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated when you were speaking with the government that there's no independent evidence with regards to the numbers associated with Sigfredo with Sigfredo Garcia and Charlie Adelson that any communication took place, correct?
That's correct.
You'll agree with me that the contents of this conversation, it appeared that Ms. Magbanua was concerned that my client, Mr. Garcia, was going to reach out to Mr. Adelson, correct?
It did, yes.
And you'll also agree with me that it appeared that there was back and forth between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Adelson, Mr. Charlie Adelson, as to whether or not someone could find his number on the internet, correct?
Correct.
And this occurred April 25th
I believe so, yes.
of 2014, correct?
Yes.
When was the call that Sigfredo Garcia made to Harvey Adelson?
July 1st.
Do you know if Harvey Adelson's phone number? Dr. Harvey
I
Adelson?
think we're getting beyond the scope of what I've allowed you to recross on Mr.
This will
Sanganon.
be my last question, Your Honor.
All right.
You'll agree with me that the call to Harvey Adelson, Dr. Harvey Adelson, occurred several months after this initial inquiry by Ms. Magbanua, correct?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Recross on number 122, State's Exhibit 122.
No questions.
All right. Any redirect on Mr. Sanganet's questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Any juror have a question? That seems like a long time. We've got a question from the jury. All right, we'll go sidebar.
Are we?
You had testified about Charlie Adelson deleting messages that we saw in the iCloud information. Did he just delete Ms. Magbanua's messages, or was he deleting many of the messages with other people?
If I may refer very quickly to that
You may.
result, I can probably give a better answer.
You may review that.
Obviously, there are a number of events in the iCloud, tens of thousands here. So I can filter down to just what has been deleted, and my computer's tried to catch up here, but I see a number of so for example, there's communications with another phone number that's not related that has been deleted, at least one. There appear to be multiple deleted text messages with other numbers, other messages that's not related to this Magbanua.
There was discussion about a phone for Anthony Ortiz. You familiar with who
Yes.
I'm referring to?
Yes, sir, I am.
Did you attempt to plot his phone location for the morning of July 19th, 2014?
The investigators did not obtain records for that phone number, so I did not have anything to plot for that morning. His activity that we saw is from the records that we did have of Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Rivera, Mr. Garcia.
Did you do any plotting of the handset locations during the second comfort rental on June 3rd, 2014?
During the second comfort rental,
June 3rd, 2014.
we did, and I apologize, I'm trying to recall. I believe that we looked at that, and I don't know that, we did not have location records for Mr. Garcia, obviously, in that time frame. I did look at Mr. Adelson's records and Ms. Magbanua's records, and I did not see events that were consistent with them going to that location. As the car was just being exchanged, it wasn't necessarily.
Judge, classification of the car being exchanged. That's not evidence.
Well, that is in evidence. I'll overrule that objection.
I didn't necessarily think that there had to be two persons involved as opposed to if someone was getting dropped off, then if you're just going yourself, you may not have to have someone with you. But no, I did not find any records for anyone else with locations consistent on that day.
What about in terms of Rivera? Did you look at his handset location for that time frame?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry if I didn't include that. I did his as well, and it was not consistent.
Those were the questions that were asked. All right, any follow-up, Ms. Norris?
One moment, Your Honor. No questions, Your Honor.
Garcia?
No question, Judge.
McBain?
Just 5 minutes worth. No questions, Your Honor. No questions.
All right. You can step down, Sergeant. Call your next witness, please.
The state called Mary Hall.
Come on, here, please, man. You would face the clerk and raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
You swear affirm testimony about giving this case to be true, full truth, and nothing but true self go.
Have a seat. Slide up the microphone, please, ma'am. Slide. There we go. Proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and your last name?
Sure. Good morning. My name is Mary Hull, Hull.
How are you employed, Ms. Hull?
I'm employed with the Attorney General's Office in the Consumer Protection Division.
What is your current role at the Attorney General's Office?
Financial investigator.
How were you employed back in the summer of 2016?
I worked for the Department of Financial Services in the Office of Fiscal Integrity.
And inside the Office of Fiscal Integrity, what did you do?
I was a criminal financial investigator.
What does that mean?
We investigated all fraud, waste, and abuse for all state funds.
In your current position at the Attorney General's Office, what are your duties exactly?
We handle more civil. I do have some dual criminal cases, but we cover the Florida Deceptive, Unfair Trade, and Deceptive Practices statute.
What's your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Finance from Florida State University.
Do you have any minors? Like your major?
My major was finance, minor was accounting.
Do you have any experience in analyzing financial data?
Yes, I have 15 years of financial experience as an auditor and a financial investigator for the state of Florida.
Do you have any investigative experience in white collar crime?
Yes, I have 7 years of conducting white-collar crime investigations to include money laundering, contract fraud, counterfeiting, embezzlement, and identity theft.
And have you worked both with federal and state authorities investigating like multi-agency complex financial investigations?
I've worked numerous complex multi-agency financial investigations.
And what's your area of expertise?
My specialty is forensic accounting.
What is forensic accounting?
It's the very detailed analysis of financial records and data to be used as evidence in a court of law.
Do you have any specialized training or certifications to be able to do forensic accounting?
Yes, I'm a certified fraud examiner in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners.
Above and beyond that, did you receive any type of like in-service
Yes.
on-the-job training?
Yes, as a criminal investigator, I had additional in-service training to include search and seizure requirements, the handling of evidence, chain of custody requirements, and the procedures for interviewing witnesses.
Have you ever testified in a court as to your expertise in forensic
Yes,
accounting?
I sure.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 18 times.
This time the state tenders?
Court order.
None from Mr. Garcia.
None, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. And eventually you became involved in this particular murder investigation, is that right?
I did.
And what exactly were you asked to do?
To look over all of the bank records and analysis, see if I could determine any associations between the subjects or the possible defendants.
So you're looking for links or associations or trying to see where the money went?
Yes,
Fair to say?
Yes.
An easy way to put it?
yes.
Okay, and what type of records did you review in trying to analyze the financial data in this case?
Mostly it was bank records, but I did have other records available to me.
Okay. What type of, or whose bank records did you have?
I reviewed all of the Adelson's bank records, Katie Magbanua's records, Luis Rivera, and Sigfrido Garcia.
Now, for the Adelsons, when you say the Adelsons, did you review Harvey Adelson's financial records?
Yes,
Donna Adelson?
yes,
Wendy Adelson?
yes,
Charlie Adelson?
yes.
What about any Adelson businesses?
There was numerous Adelson businesses.
Particularly, did you also look at the Adelson Institute
Yes,
business or bank records?
yes.
And what was the range of records that you had for the Adelson Institute?
I believe it was 2013 to the end of 2016.
For Charles Adelson, what particular bank records did you look at for him?
I may have to refer to my notes to be specific, but just generally, all of his business accounts and his personal accounts.
And what primary personal account did you rely on?
He had a Regions account that was his primary account.
Did he also have a credit card account that you examined?
Yes,
What credit card account was that?
he had both American Express and a Capital One.
How many different accounts for the Adelsons as a whole did you review?
There was 13 bank accounts, 2 credit card accounts, but there was numerous investment accounts that I partially reviewed.
And why didn't you fully review the investment accounts of the Adelsons?
I actually changed jobs between Department of Financial Services and the Attorney General. That limited my ability to investigate it. The accounts there was 18 different investment accounts, and the return on that was 10,000 pages of information.
Can you move your microphone a little bit or talk a little louder? I'm having trouble hearing you. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Okay. So you mentioned that they had 18 different investment accounts. And how
Yes.
many pages worth of investment accounts did the
There was-
Adelsons have?
10,000 pages.
So you didn't get a chance to go through all of that.
Correct.
For Mr. Luis Rivera, how many accounts did he have, bank accounts that you reviewed?
He had a checking and a savings account.
With which company?
I'd have to
I'll
look.
strike that. I know I'm asking you a lot of detailed questions. Mr. Garcia, you reviewed what type of records did you review for Mr. Sigfredo Garcia?
He also had a checking and a savings account.
Did he also have some employment records that you reviewed?
I did.
From where?
Coastal Masonry.
Now, Ms. McBanois, what types of accounts did you review for her?
Bank accounts and a couple of credit cards.
You mentioned that in addition to, you said it was primarily bank records, account records, but you reviewed some additional stuff, you said.
Yes.
Did you review Ms. McBanois's income tax filings?
I did.
Are you aware that in this case, there was a subpoena issued to the Adelson Institute and they provided records in response to the request for any employment records associated with Catherine McBanois?
I did.
Did you review that?
I did.
Did you review any records related to Ms. McBanois's breast augmentation by Dr. Rudner?
Yes.
Did you review any Broward dermatology records?
Yes.
What about the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles? Do you use that in your investigation to do analysis on your following of the money?
It's one of the areas I look, when I'm doing a financial investigation, I look for assets that have been purchased or acquired as just a matter of rule, see if they bought land or homes or cars. So yes, I did look at there.
You did look at DHS&B records?
Yes,
And finally, did you have access to and review Charlie Adelson's iCloud contents?
I did.
No. You right?
First, I'm showing you what's already in evidence as States Exhibit 144. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
And what does it contain?
Luis Rivera's bank records.
And is that your signature on the CD?
It is.
Is that indicating that you?
I
these are
reviewed the file.
You said those were Louis Rivera's bank records, right?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. Now I want to show you what I've marked for identification as States Exhibit 145. What does that disc contain?
Sigfredo Garcia's bank records.
And are those fair and accurate records that you received for Sigfredo Garcia in this case pursuant to subpoena?
Yes.
All right, this time I'd offer into evidence States Exhibit 145.
Sir, objection.
Apologize, Judge. No objection from Mr. Garcia.
No objection. Be admitted.
And I should note on 145, these bank records contain certificates of authenticity from the bank that these are in fact Mr. Garcia's records.
They are.
Now showing you States Exhibit 146. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
Has my initials on it.
And what does it contain?
Miss McBanua's Bank of America bank records.
Are these the records you reviewed?
They are.
And do they too contain a certificate of authenticity from the banking institutions?
They do.
The state offers States Exhibit 146 at this time.
Any objection? 146.
No objection.
To be admitted.
I'm showing you States Exhibit 147. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
What does it contain?
It contains Miss McBanua's Chase bank records.
Do you recognize it because of your initial on the disc?
I do.
And are these the records that you reviewed for Ms. McBanua's Chase records?
Yes,
And does it too contain that certificate of authenticity from Chase?
it does.
The state offers States Exhibit 147 at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection. Be admitted.
I'm showing you States Exhibit 148. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Do you recognize it because you initialed the disc?
I initialed the disc and it's Adelson Institute's Regions bank records.
And are those the records with the certificate of authenticity from Regions Bank that you reviewed in this case?
Yes.
I'd offer States Exhibit 148 at this time.
Any objection?
No from Mr. Garcia.
No objection. Be admitted.
Finally, I'm showing you what I've marked for identification as States Exhibit 149. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do. Charlie Adelson's AMX American Express records.
And you initialed that CD as well?
I did.
And do those also contain a certificate of authenticity?
They do.
And are these the records, part of the records for Mr. Adelson that you relied upon in this case?
Yes.
State offers States Exhibit 149 at this time.
there objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
May I approach one more time, Your Honor? Now I'm showing you State's Exhibit 87. What is
Okay.
that document?
This was part of the subpoena response from the Adelson Institute for Katie McDaniel's paychecks.
Is that the entire response from the Adelson Institute?
I believe it is, it's got the, yes, that looks like the entire response.
And does it contain a certificate or declaration of authenticity from the Adelson Institute itself?
It does,
And you relied on these records in preparing for your testimony today?
yes.
The state would offer State's Exhibit 87 at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Now I'm showing you what I've marked for identification as State's Exhibit 98. Do you recognize those records?
Yes.
What do you recognize them to be?
Sigfrido Garcia's coastal masonry detailed earnings reports.
And does this Exhibit 98 also contain a certificate or declaration of authenticity from Coastal Masonry?
It does,
And then you relied on these records as well?
I do.
At this time, I'd offer State's Exhibit 98.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
Be admitted.
I'm showing you what I've marked for identification as State's Exhibit 99. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
These are Dr. Rudner's records for the augmentation surgery.
For Ms. McBanwell?
Yes,
And does that exhibit as well contain the certification of authenticity for those business records?
it does.
I'd offer State's Exhibit 99.
No objection. No objection.
Be admitted.
Finally, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 100. Do you recognize these records?
Yes.
What are they?
They are Broward Dermatology's payroll summaries.
And you relied on those in your analysis?
Yes,
And they too contain the certificate of authenticity as a business record.
they do.
The state offers State's Exhibit 100.
No objection.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Are you aware if there was ever a different financial analyst involved in this murder investigation?
Yes,
Who's that?
her name is Penny Rose.
Do you know where she's employed?
She's with the FBI
And do you know where she resides?
in Jacksonville.
Do you know if she was as accessible in this case as you were?
No, she lives in Jacksonville.
You indicated that you looked at certain records from the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles in order to look at any assets or
Yes.
things purchased. Which type of, strike that, for which particular people were you looking at assets they may have come into possession of after the murder?
Luis Rivera, Sigfrido Garcia, and Catherine McDaniel.
Did you in fact get records for those three individuals?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 88. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And what is it?
It is the title for a black Lexus, titled to Katie McDaniel.
And does this, is this title certification from DMV a certified document?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time I'd offer State's Exhibit 88.
Any objection?
No objection.
Only that it's already in evidence.
It'll be admitted.
Now I'm showing you State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize these documents?
Okay, it is the title history and the title for,
Without telling me the contents, to whom do these DHS&D records relate?
Sigfrido Garcia.
And are these records that you relied upon in your analysis?
Yes,
And are they certified by the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles?
they are.
This time I'd offer into evidence State's Exhibit 101.
Any objection? Your Honor, be admitted.
Next, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 102 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes, they are records for Sigfrido Garcia.
Are these also records from DMV that you relied upon in this case?
Yes,
And are they all certified?
yes.
State offers exhibit number 102 at this time.
No objection.
No objection. Be admitted.
Now I'm showing you State's Exhibit 103 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Did you say yes?
Yes, I recognize it. I'm just trying to find the person. For Sigfrido Garcia.
And are they also certified by the DMV?
Yes, they are.
And offer into evidence State's Exhibit 103 at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection. Be admitted.
Finally, I want to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 104. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, for Luis Rivera.
And these DMV records for Mr. Rivera, are they all certified by DMV?
Yeah.
And you relied upon them in your analysis?
Yes.
The state offers State's Exhibit 104.
Any objection?
No objection.
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted.
What, if any, vehicles did Sigfredo Garcia acquire after the homicide of Dan Markel on July 18th, 2014?
May I refer to some notes?
You may.
Okay. Could you repeat the question again?
Yes, I can. What, if any, vehicles did Sigfredo Garcia acquire after the murder of Dan Markell on July 18th of 2014.
Okay, Mr. Garcia purchased a blue Chevrolet Monte Carlo coupe, July 26, 2014. He also purchased a yellow and black Honda Racer, which I believe is a motorcycle, on August 22nd, 2014. He also purchased a gold Nissan Maxima sedan four-door on October 17th, 2014.
So from July 26, 2014,
We don't need to repeat what she said, Ms. Norris, if that's what you're about to do.
I want to ask about a time period.
Okay.
So the purchases of those 3 vehicles by Mr. Garcia spanned what time period?
Within 4 months of the murder.
What, if any, vehicles did Luis Rivera acquire after the homicide?
Purchased a yellow Suzuki motorcycle on July 28, 2014. He also purchased a green Toyota Camry sedan on July 31st, 2014.
What, if any, vehicles did Catherine Magbanua acquire after the murder?
She acquired a black Lexus sedan four-door on January 23rd, 2016.
Based on the records we just looked at for the Lexus, the title,
Yes.
does it indicate who owned the vehicle prior to Ms. Magbanua?
Yes, that was Harvey Adelson.
Did you look for any record of, in Ms. Magbanua's bank records or anybody else's records, did you look for any record of payment from Catherine Magbanua for that Lexus?
I did. I looked through all of her accounts to see if there was a check written or even enough cash that had been withdrawn within a reasonable time frame that could have made the purchase. I also checked the deposit records for the Adelsons to see if any of them had a matching deposit that would have been the equivalent of the car that was purchased.
And does the title indicate the amount that was paid for the Lexus?
Yes, it was $1,700.
So you indicated that you searched through records to find a corresponding withdrawal or check from Ms. Magbanua's accounts that could have been payment for that Lexus. What were your results?
I could not find any record of a payment.
Tell me about your analysis of Mr. Rivera's bank records. When you looked at those records, what kind of patterns or spending habits did you notice for Mr. Rivera?
I did. I had the records for his Chase bank account from May 14th to November 15th. He had a very distinctive pattern to his banking activities. He would be check direct deposited weekly from his employment. Almost immediately, the checks withdrawal for nearly the full amount of his paycheck would be withdrawn in cash. This caused the auto payments that he had set up through the account to add a number of overdraft charges. There were so many overdraft charges in a month that they actually equated to one paycheck. I did notice that there was a distinctive change in the pattern of his banking activity after the murder.
How so?
How so? Because after the change, he had very little cash withdrawals and no overdraft payments. He left his paychecks in there to pay his automated charges. But that only lasted a couple of months between the last large withdrawal would have been July of 2014, and then not again until September 10th, 2014. That banking pattern resumed with the large cash withdrawals and the overdraft charges resumed in November and continued on to the end of the bank records that went another year.
So did you indicate that when you say large cash withdrawals, did you indicate that those were always after a direct deposit of a paycheck?
Yes, as soon as the direct deposit hit his account, he pulled it out. If he had a $500 check that came in, he would pull $400 out in cash. He operated primarily in cash.
And then after that withdrawal would be when the overdraft fees or overdrafts
Yes.
would begin happening. You said that the last large withdrawal from Mr. Rivera was on what date in July 2014?
2 days before the murder, July 16, 2014.
And is that the time period that began his failure to withdraw his direct deposit immediately?
Correct.
And that went back to old habits on what date?
The 1st of November.
What would that be indicative of from July 16, 2014 through November of 2014?
It signifies to me that he had an additional source of cash and he was not relying on his payroll to provide cash for himself.
What you indicated you analyzed Sigfredo Garcia's bank accounts.
I did.
And what time period, I believe you said it was checking and savings, what time period did you have for Mr. Garcia's bank records?
Yet the only available bank records were from June 15 to July of 16.
So June 2015?
June 2015.
Why did you not have any bank records for the time period of the homicide in July of 2014?
The bank records were subpoenaed. We did have one identified, but because the account was closed, there were no responsive documents from the bank.
What about the, I forget what you called it, but the records from Coastal Masonry? What information did those give you?
You said for Garcia.
Yes, sir.
I thought the masonry was repaired.
They both worked there.
Okay.
Okay, but the records I'm asking you about the Coastal Masonry records for Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, but his records indicated that he worked sporadically for them. They did go back to 2009, but they would be a couple of months at a time. Did not show a steady work history.
And do the Coastal Masonry records for Mr. Garcia include records of all the payments made by that company to Mr. Garcia for the year 2014?
Yes.
And how many paychecks did he receive from Coastal Masonry in 2014?
I did not actually make that calculation.
Do you have, okay. I have 1 moment.
We're about due for break. Let's take 10 minutes.
My analytical tool that I developed that allows me to put all of the banking information on an Excel spreadsheet that I've developed myself. It wasn't something I learned in a finance class or an accounting class. It's a tool that I use to analyze all of the records, and then I can summarize them to a small summary of the activity.
And where are you getting the data what type of program are you using?
It's an Excel spreadsheet.
And where are you getting the data that you put into that Excel spreadsheet?
From the bank statements.
May I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what I've marked for identification as States Exhibit 150. Do you recognize that CD?
I do.
What does it contain?
It contains my analysis for the multiple bank accounts for Katie McVanderl.
And is that your signature on the disc confirming that those are, that's the analysis that you did on her banking records?
It is.
And are the records and entries and data on that disk accurate based on her bank records?
Yes.
This time I'd offer State's Exhibit 150.
Any objection?
Not from Mr. Garcia, Your Honor.
No objection.
Be admitted.
May I publish this?
You may.
Okay, I'm going to start by looking at the tabs, should I start from right and work my way left?
Start with the farthest right one, but if you could use the bar to move it to the front, to the far left. There.
What data is contained in this particular tab of this Excel workbook?
Okay, this is the Katie Magbanua's Bank of America savings account 7053.
And is this the data that you entered from the bank records?
It is. When I schedule out the accounts, every action that happens on the bank statement is reflected as a line item. There's also, on the farthest left, there is a number that shows the sequence that they were put into the spreadsheet. And this sequence in this tab is exactly as it's reflected on the bank statement. Many times the bank records will have deposits, withdrawals, and other charges in different blocks. And so they're not necessarily all in date order. But this reflects it so that if you pulled up any particular bank statement, you would see them in that same order. At the beginning, the very top, I start with a beginning balance. Every item is put in, it's either a deposit or withdrawal. And then at the very bottom, you'll notice I have a sequence for verifying my data by a checkbox. It's a simple calculation of your beginning balance, your withdrawals, your deposits, and your ending balance will match what's left in the account.
And is that your checkbox at the bottom to make sure that you've done your math correctly?
Yes,
And that was the savings account.
that was the savings account.
Did you perform the same work for Catherine Magbanua's checking account with Bank of America?
Yes,
Just to quickly scroll through,
Yeah,
it would be the same. Type of data entry there.
yep.
And you, again, check your math at the conclusion of the worksheet to make sure every cell is matching up.
Right, every penny is accounted for.
Without going through them, did you do the exact same thing for the Chase savings account as well as, the Chase checking account?
I did.
What are the next 4 tabs?
Okay, if you'll go to the farthest right, there will be a tab that has 2013, 2016.
Okay.
That one. This, when I have all the accounts footed out and calculated correctly, I combine them and then I sort by date order. This gives me, and I do a running balance for all 4 accounts in this case. That gives me the best idea of what is going on in the account, what's happening that day. So I can see deposits that were made on that day, withdrawals that were made on that day. It gives me the best tool for analyzing the actions or the intentions that someone has in their accounts.
Did you also separate out by year, 2013, 2014, 2015, and 2016?
Yes, from this set, this shows everything, all transactions, every activity in all 4 accounts. Then I go through and I sort by year and split them out so that you can have numbers broken down by year. And from the sort, I will add in There's also a set of calculations to show my numbers are correct. But in this case, the beginning balance has the 4 different accounts and the ending balance are 4 different accounts. But still, it adds up and balances out. So I can show that all monies are accounted for.
And then finally, on this last tab.
Go to one of the sorts.
So for example, 2013 sort was that show.
Okay, if you go to are you at the very top?
Yes.
Okay, so then when I do the sort, I come out with by categories. I always put the deposits at the top and the withdrawals at the bottom so I can see how much money was in the accounts and how much was used. So each one is broken up into what particular category they fall into so that I can put all of the gas charges and convenience stores all into one category and I can summarize it easily.
So for example, all of the online banking transfers are in one section.
Yes. These are all the sources of income she had. That bar represents a change between the deposits. Now we're looking at withdrawals.
Is there anything else we need to look at on this year sorts?
No.
Then finally, the summary tab.
Yes, from all of the sorting, I go through and I put it onto one simplified and summary that shows how the money came in and how the money was spent. And again, I have the checkbox at the bottom show my totals are correct.
Now, is it correct that you prepared some summaries in this particular case?
I did.
Are all of the summaries that we're going to talk about based on this financial data that you analyzed?
Yes.
May I approach?
You bet.
I'm showing you what I've marked for identification as States Exhibit 106. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It is the top income, the deposits that were made into her 4 accounts. And then the withdrawals. And the bottom is my checkbox.
Now, is this document in States 106 the exact same as that summary chart in the Excel spreadsheet?
It is.
And, Your Honor, I'd offer this into evidence as States 106 at this time.
Any objection? Okay. Do you need to discuss this further, Ms. Captain?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll proceed
Was the document States 106 admitted, Your Honor?
to be admitted, subject to my ruling.
Ms. Holt, is this, I think I mentioned this earlier, but the summary tab on States Exhibit 150, is this just a printed copy that's a little easier to read without scrolling through the
Yes.
computer? Okay. And what exactly, the first section covers what type of transaction?
That covers all of the deposits that were made into her account.
And that is from 2013 to 2016?
Yes, all of her accounts, actually.
And the second page, covers what type of activity?
That would be all of the withdrawals from the account. There would be debits and checks.
And finally, that includes your checkbox where you check your work.
Yes.
Now, on the sources of income or deposits, are they listed from highest to lowest?
They are sorted on the total column from highest to lowest. And then there's a total at the very bottom, which is shows how much came in over that 4-year period.
And for the year 2013, what is the highest source of income?
It would have been Sophie Dental.
For 2016, what is the highest source of income?
In 16,
Yes, ma'am.
it was Sigfredo Garcia.
Was that consistent with the time frame when he was employed with Rapid Capital Funding?
It was
And what was Ms. Magbanwa's highest source of income in 2014?
cash deposits.
What about 2015?
Cash deposits.
Overall, from 2013 to 2016, what is her highest source of income?
Cash deposits.
Based on the bank records that you reviewed in this case, were you able to ascertain where Ms. Magbanwa may have been employed during the time period that we discussed?
Yes, there were several different employments. Do you want me to list them out?
Yes, what employment records did you have?
From the bank records, I was able to identify she worked at Encore Nationwide in 2013, July 2013 to December 13. Sophie Dental from July 29th, 2013 to July 31st, 2014. Adelson Institute, sometime in September. I think the check was written on the 17th, but it hit the account on October 7th, 2014 to May 17th, 2016. Broward Dermatology from July 29th, 2015 to March 23rd, 2016. Quintana Lopez from July 29th, 2016 to October 14th, 2016. And that's all that I had in the records for the banking, where she had made a payroll check deposit.
Did you have any records from Optimar Realty?
I did not. There was no deposits into her account.
What was the last one you listed? I'm sorry.
Quintana Lopez,
Who is that?
I believe she was a dentist.
And for the record, is that Quintana
Yes.
Lopez? Did you say yes?
Yes.
Okay, Mayor Cochran?
Matt?
I'm showing you what I marked for identification as State's Exhibit 107. You just spelled out a lot of dates and companies to us. Does this document accurately summarize, show on a chart form, the timeline of Catherine Magbanwa's employment based on the records that you reviewed in this case?
Yes.
And it is accurate?
Yes.
And is it based on those Excel spreadsheets that we reviewed earlier?
Yes.
At this time, sorry.
From the bank records.
At this time, I'd offer into evidence State's Summary Exhibit 107.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
May I publish?
Matt?
I know the font is a little bit hard to read. Is the green, or is the blue Encore Nationwide?
It is.
The green Sophie Dental?
Yes.
The red Adelson Institute?
Yes.
The purple Dr. Obed?
Yes.
And then the yellow Ms. Lopez?
Yes.
I want to focus on Ms. Magbanwa's employment with the Adelson Institute. Did you review checks from the Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanwa?
I did.
And where did you, and those are the actual checks themselves or photocopies of them?
Yes.
Where did you have records of those checks and whose records?
The checks showed up as checks coming out of the Adelson Institute's region account and as deposits that went into the various accounts for Ms. Magbanwa.
What other records besides the Adelson Institute's records and Ms. Magbanwa's bank records did you review as far as her employment at the Adelson Institute?
The subpoena response from the Adelson Institute.
May I approach?
You might.
starting with State's Exhibit 108. Do you recognize what's contained in that document?
Yes.
What does it contain?
It's a photocopy of all of the checks that she received from the Adelson Institute.
And are they accurate copies of all of those checks?
They are.
At this time, I'd offer State's Exhibit 108.
Any objection?
No objection.
They'll be admitted.
Would you agree with me that there's a voluminous amount of checks?
Yes, there's
And-
44, I believe.
Did you prepare a summary Excel spreadsheet, which included every single one of those checks in chronological order?
Yes,
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 9. Is that the summary you prepared of all the checks received by Catherine McVanwell from the Adelson Institute?
it is.
And it's an accurate summary based on the records you reviewed?
Yes.
At this time, I'd offer State's Exhibit 109 as a summary.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
I want to publish for you the records received from the Adelson Institute pursuant to law enforcement subpoena for Catherine McVanwell's employment file.
Okay.
Are you aware of what all documents the police asked for in this case related to her employment?
Yes, they asked for all available information for her employment, which would have been her personnel file and her banking, the checks she would have received.
And in your experience and in your employment over the years, have you routinely requested personnel files for certain employees?
Yes, I have.
What type of information do you usually receive from a business about their employees?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
In the response you received from the Adelson Institute, did it contain any employment application?
No,
Did it include any timesheets for Ms. McVanwell?
it did not.
Did it include any W-2 forms or tax filing records?
It had the Department of Revenue's rehire information, the employment tax records.
Okay. What about any evaluations about her performance?
None.
Did it include a job description for what she did for the Adelson Institute?
No.
In your experience, was that unusual?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
What exactly did we get? Is this what we got?
Yes, that's it's actually just a QuickBook printout from their accounting software.
What is a QuickBook printout?
It's a very common accounting program a lot of people are using, and they just ran a search based on her name and printed out the checks a summary of the checks she would have received from them.
Okay. And the paychecks that were listed on the Adelson Institute's response, what was the time period covered?
Um,
Can you read that?
No, I really can't. September 18th, 2014 to March 31st, 2016.
Are you familiar with the date range that was of strike that. Are you familiar with what date range we requested in that subpoena to the Adelson Institute for Ms. McVanwell's employment records?
I believe the subpoena was late in 2016, and you requested any and all.
Now I want to show you the summary of all of the checks that you reviewed from the actual accounts for Catherine McVanwell and the Adelson Institute. Do these go in chronological order from top to bottom?
They do.
Were all of these checks deposited by Ms. McVanwell?
They were.
And who signed each of the checks that you reviewed?
Donna Adelson.
What date was the first check issued to Ms. Magbanua?
The first check was dated September 17th, 2014.
And then did they continue bi-weekly or
They are biweekly checks.
what can you tell us about the amount of each of those checks?
With the exception of the first one, all the other ones she deposited in her account were $407.58.
The earlier packet of the photocopies of all of those checks, in the memo line of the check, is there a time period issued, or not issued, but a time period indicated in the memo line?
On most of them, you can see there is a couple of blank spots, which would indicate there was nothing in the memo field.
So in this far left column, we have the posting date of the check.
Correct.
That's not when the date is written, but when it's deposited.
It was deposited in her account.
This fourth column over, is that the check number?
It is,
Fifth column amount?
yes,
And then the date of the check is in this column here.
yes, the date it was written,
And when you say memo, that's what was handwritten on the check in the memo line.
correct.
I notice how the checks that the Adelson Institute responded with pursuant to the subpoena here. What was the date of the last check?
I believe it's March 31st, 2016.
Did you find additional checks that had been paid to Ms. Magbanua by the Adelson Institute?
Yes, there was 3 additional checks that went into her account.
What was the total gross amount paid by the Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanua from September 2014 into May of 2016?
The total gross amount would have been $19,600,
What would the net amount be?
$17,729.73.
You mentioned earlier in discussing the items that you reviewed in this case, having reviewed Charlie Adelson's iCloud contents. Did you review any text messages of interest as it relates to Catherine Magbanua's employment with the Adelson Institute?
I did.
May I approach
I
Robert?
can see what you're showing.
You may.
Sure.
And if we go sidebar?
What's that?
If we can go sidebar?
Let's go ahead and take a lunch break. Let's be back ready to go at 1:15. Everybody be seated or step out, please. Sure to cut.
Yes, Your Honor. Say, of course. I believe the state is seeking to list right now is another iMessage of Charles Adelson with Catherine Magbanua, which would be around the time 9/16/2014, to correspond to what we did as an institute. My objection is hearsay.
Isn't it already in evidence? She just publishing what's already in evidence. Just from the iCloud record.
Correct, but this is not in evidence yet. So they moved back to counsel table. At the beginning of the trial, they moved in the CD, the Celebrate CD, and we agreed that it was authentic because of where it was obtained. But we said at that time, for each time it comes in, there would need to be a hearsay exception to bring it in. My objection now is to hearsay. I also don't believe that this is a proper witness to bring it in through.
So explain to me, Ms. Norris, where this is coming from. I thought we had Mr. Adelson's iCloud account in full and evidence based upon what Magbanua had brought up.
No, sir. Actually, they objected to our introducing Charlie Adelson's iCloud earlier. We did lay the foundation for its authenticity. Should we need to later have excerpts from that? That I believe was through the testimony of Mike Gilmore. I did have them authenticate further text messages, including the one in question here, so that I could lay the foundation for them to be entered. But the CD itself was not entered.
Well, what were they reading? What was Sergeant Corbett reading from then? What was Sergeant Corbett reading from as the conversation between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Adelson?
That was from the iCloud, but it's not in evidence.
Well,
Oh, you're
I have that State's Exhibit 183 was placed in evidence without objection. Madam Clerk, is that correct?
Agree. Yes, sir.
Right.
No,
Is
one-
this not part of 183?
State's Exhibit 183 was an excerpt from Charlie Adelson's iCloud. The CD with the entire contents, due to defense objection, was not introduced. And that was why defense exhibit regarding the text exchange about deep sea fishing was admitted over the state's objection. I was objecting because it was not in evidence at that time. This particular text message is not being offered for its truth. I'm not offering it to prove the truth that Catherine McDaniel's date of birth is 12/22/84, or that that's her social, or that that's her address. I'm offering it to show that on September 16, 2014, Charlie Adelson has to send his mother, Donna Adelson, the contact information, and yet she has a check from the Adelson Institute the very next day on September 17th for an employment period beginning on July 15th. The argument being it's relevant for context of the payments from the Adelson Institute to Ms. Magbanua. They were employing her and writing checks for her for a period before they even knew what her name was, or her birthday, or her social, for purposes of putting her in the system and filing taxes for her. So I'm not offering the truth of that particular statement from Charles Adelson, just that that information was sent on that particular day is highly probative to the dates of the checks being issued by the Adelson Institute, and the fact that on the memo line of said check, the employment period predated them even having any identifying information for her.
if I could respond?
You may.
Just to clarify a few things. So at the beginning of trial, they brought in the Celebrate CD. And we agreed that it had been authenticated, but we objected, saying we can't just enter it all in because there's so much hearsay with all these 300,000 communications. There was the other problem as well, too, is that there were some privileged items in there that the state identified, given the fact that Mr. Adelson, being a dentist.
I understand all
Yeah.
that. Mr. DeCoste, get to your point, please.
So coming over to this, our objection remains. I think that it would be improper for the state to say what knowledge these individual witnesses had, whether they needed the name or why that text message was sent. Given the fact that it has a social security number, I would ask that that be redacted, because that is not information that Ms. McBanua would want to have out there. I would note that, and correct myself, that it is a text message in between two witnesses that are not testifying in this trial, but I will withdraw my objection. The state can bring it.
You would?
I'll withdraw my objection.
Garcia.
I'm
Okay.
good with it.
All right, so I'm clear. I just was operating under a misunderstanding. When the state offered 183, I thought it was the full iCloud records. Now I'm corrected. It was just an excerpt from them. And so this is marked what?
This is marked, I believe, State's Exhibit 62, 63.
It's a two exhibit number.
It's just one exhibit marked 63.
Okay. So there's no objection to State's Exhibit 63.
Withdraw my objection. The only thing I do object to her social security number being put in a piece of.
Well, I'm going to direct the clerk upon conclusion of the trial to redact the social security number, but I think for the jury's purposes and during the course of the trial, I think it's significant to the jury that that's the information. That's what really makes the text relevant, because if I understand the state's argument, they're saying they've written a check and don't even have the person's social security number at that point in time. So I agree it shouldn't be out there for all purposes, but we'll, at the end of the trial, Madam Clerk, please make a note to redact that.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, my hope right now is to be able to mitigate. The unfortunate thing is, my understanding is that we're live streaming, that there's a camera that is on that overhead projector, that Miss Meg Vanwill's social security number, date of birth could already be out there.
I'll seal the social security number so it's not to be displayed other than to the jury.
Great, thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Not from Mr. Garcia.
No, Your Honor.
So were you through? We were stuck, we needed to introduce. How much more you have with this witness?
Judge, I think I'm about halfway. I do have some other text messages from the iCloud that I
Well,
provided.
y'all discuss those, see if there's objection. 115.
Thank you, Judge.
You see it, please. Yeah, Nick, you're Mr. Sam.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. I just wanted to bring to the court's attention. We have had Trooper Downey, under subpoena to appear on Monday. We had communication with him earlier today where he indicated that he was adverse to appearing because of a conflict that he has. We put the government on notice and provided them with information, contact information for the trooper. And we just wanted to put it to the court's attention that we have advised him that the court has ordered all of our witnesses, which he is one of them, to be here Monday morning. Just want to lay the record that we're doing our due diligence and attempting to obtain a subpoenaed witness to appear in a death penalty homicide. We have to put the government on notice and give them contact information of this trooper to the government, which they've listed and have listed as a witness in the case.
Your Honor, I could add to that prior to trial, now I haven't served Trooper Downing, but prior to trial, I was communicating with their liaison that we would be anticipating calling him to trial, so that there should have been well advanced notice to him.
Well, I mean, I don't know why you don't tell me this, frankly.
Just put the court on notice, Judge, and
All right.
then
I'm on notice.
And in conjunction with that, this morning, we received amended discovery from the government with regards to what we believe is going to be information the government's going to use when we do call Trooper Downey. It's FHP protocol. There's two documents, one which I believe is 7 pages, one which is like 95 pages. We were just given this information, we've never seen it before, and I would move to exclude.
I would join.
We'll have a Richardson here at appropriate time. What are you thinking schedule wise? Seems like we've moved awful slow today, Ms. Kappelman. I'm looking at you.
Yes,
You're in
sir. I
charge.
think we've got another, she said she was about halfway through with this witness, so maybe another 45 minutes to an hour with her, and then we'll be ready to move on to some other witnesses.
That's
Got a
not
couple
my
short
question. My question is, when do you think you'll wrap up?
Monday.
What, you got an idea when it?
It depends on how the rest of today goes, sometime between noon and, I'll advise you at the end of today whether I think it's gonna be midday or more like the end of the day Monday.
Why don't you ask the trooper to be here at 1 o'clock Monday, maybe that solves the conflict with him.
Yes, Judge, thank you.
Let's have a jury.
All rise for the jury.
Everybody be seated, please. You may proceed, Ms. Norris.
Thank you, Your Honor. And at this time, I'd offer State's Exhibit 63.
Is there objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 53 will be admitted.
Can I publish?
You may.
Ms. Cole, is this one of the text messages that you reviewed from Charlie Adelson's iCloud account with respect to Ms. McDaniel's employment at the Adelson Institute?
I did.
And what is the date of this text message from Charlie Adelson to Donna Adelson?
What number did we use on that?
63. Jeff.
53.
6, 3?
6-3. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I got an ear that's plugged up.
It's
All
okay.
right, 63, okay.
So in State's Exhibit 63, what is the date of this text message from Charlie Adelson outgoing to his mom?
It's September 16th, 2014.
And what does it contain in the body of the text?
Body of the text gives Catherine McDaniel's full name, her date of birth, and her social security number and an address.
What was the significance of this particular message to you in your financial analysis?
When I reviewed the text message, I realized that this, the date on the text was a day before her first employment check was written, and the employment check cited a day prior as being a day she was being paid for.
I want to go back to State's Exhibit 109. In your analysis of the paychecks from Adelson's to Ms. Magbanua, I noticed that some line items are in red ink as opposed to black. What do those indicate?
Those indicated sequentially numbered checks,
Explain what you mean by that.
that they went from check, looks like 1777, 1778, and 1779. So they would have all been in the same check book.
And were those checks also dated by Don Adelson at or about the same date?
No, they had different dates.
February 12, 2015, February 26, 2015, and March 11, 2015?
Yes.
And were they all deposited at or around the same date by Ms. Magbanua?
Objection. Confusing.
Overruled.
Can you make it a little bit bigger? It's in red.
Let's kind of specify where you're pointing to, Ms. Norris. You started reading from something. You can blow them up a little bigger than that. We don't have a binocular.
There we go.
Right.
I can read that now.
Okay.
All right, so the first set of checks that are listed in red would be February 12, 15, February 26, 15, March 11th, 15.
And they were deposited, and I know by blowing it up, I got rid of the column.
Those were the dates they were deposited into her account.
But the date that the check was written,
Was February 4th, February 5th, and February 5th.
and were there a number of other checks written by Ms. Adelson to Catherine Magbanua that were sequential, as in numbered consecutively in the checkbook?
Yes,
And those are demonstrated in red, and everyone can read it for themselves.
right.
Okay. What about this far right column?
The one with the asterisks?
Yes, ma'am, that's labeled as date.
That just indicated to me that the check on the date on the check was written prior to the date listed as worked. So she was actually written a check before the day she worked.
On all of the rows with the asterisks in it. Mayor Turner,
Ma'am?
I'm showing you what I marked for identification in State's Exhibit 64.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
I do.
What does it contain?
Text messages between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua.
And did you review these from Charles Adelson's
If we have
iPhone?
a series of exhibits, why don't we see if there's objection to any of them and get them all in at once? We don't have to spend time on each one individually.
Yes, sir.
You intend to do a series of,
I would love to do it. State's Exhibit 61 through 69.
To look at those, see if there's an objection to any of those. And you've already seen them multiple times.
No objection from Mr. Garcia on any of them.
So the jury's aware, I've instructed the state to show the other side of all the exhibits in advance as they're numbered, so we don't have to spend a bunch of time looking through them each time. They've also had them in discovery previously with a couple of few discrepancies. Any objection to any of those items?
Hearsay and relevance,
As to which ones?
all of them, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's- All right, let's go sidebar.
Your Honor, if I could have one moment to,
You know,
oops. So Your Honor, at this time, I would offer States Exhibit 64 through 69.
but I've ruled that some parts of it may be admissible, some parts of it are not.
I have excluded the two
Okay.
pursuant to the court's ruling.
Those will be, so those 64 through 69 takes out any of the ones that I sustain the objection to.
Yes, sir.
In agreement, Mr. Dukas?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. 64 through 69 as amended will be admitted.
Do you want to look at them again? Thank you. Now may I, oh, okay. 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 May I approach with one more set of group of exhibits, Judge?
No?
Now I'm showing you States Exhibit 110. Do you recognize these Amex records?
I do.
And are they accurate excerpts of the Charles Adelson American Express records that we introduced on CD earlier?
They are.
I'm showing you States Exhibit 112. Do you recognize those American Express records for Mr. Adelson?
I do.
And are those also off the same disc?
They are.
Finally, States Exhibit 114. Do you recognize those American Express records for Mr. Adelson?
I do.
off of the same disk and accurate?
Yes,
And did you rely on all of these in your analysis?
I did.
The state offers States Exhibit 110, 112, and 114.
Any objection?
Same objection, Your Honor.
I'll overrule the objection. It meant 110, 112, 114.
Did you look in the records and the iCloud for indications that Charles Adelson was providing financial assistance to Catherine McBanois?
I did.
I want to first publish for you, or if I may publish, Judge.
You know?
State Exhibit 110. Based on these particular records from Mr. Adelson's American Express account, did you observe numerous payments to businesses and things of that nature in Key West, Florida?
I did.
And what time frame was this for?
It was the end of June, June 28, 2014, through the July 4th weekend, I believe.
July what?
July 4th, 2014.
And can you tell the location based off of the
Yes,
records themselves?
yes.
Did Ms. McBanois have any corresponding payments that she made to businesses in Key West at that time?
Only a couple, but they, as minor as they were, did put her in Key West at the same time.
But it appeared that Mr. Adelson, based on his records, was making the payments while they're during that Key West trip.
Yes.
Did you locate evidence from either the iCloud or Charles Adelson's American Express records, which indicated he purchased airfare for Ms. McBanois?
I did.
And what evidence was that?
There was both discussion, I'm sorry, there was a picture showing he purchased the ticket.
This is State Exhibit 68. And where's the photograph from?
From his iCloud account, Charlie Adelson's iCloud account.
And what is the date of the photograph that, or what is the date of the item he is photographing the purchase?
March 6, 2015.
And what does that purchase appear to be?
Airline tickets for Miss McBanois.
To where?
Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic.
Did you also find that corresponding American Express record, States Exhibit 112, from the same date indicating that Charles Adelson paid for Ms. McBanois for this flight to Santo Domingo?
Yes,
And it was just under $1,000?
yes.
Oh. Right. During any of the text messages exchanges, excuse me, did you find, sorry, I'm jumping all over the place. I'm
It's
a
all right.
little, my exhibits are a mess. Let me strike that last question. Did you find text exchange between Charles Adelson and Catherine McBanois in which he indicates paying for additional travel for her and her relatives?
Yes.
I'm going to show you up here, State Exhibit 66. referring to this message on October 19th around 3 p.m. That Charles Abelson outgoing message to asking, where do you want to take your mom?
Yes.
And then on October 19th, messaging Ms. McMahon was, do you want me to get a cruise for you and your mom?
Yes.
Further messages indicating what time he thinks would be a good time for him to purchase travel for them.
Yes.
And those were, I apologize, I didn't ask, those were in approximately October of 2015.
Yes, it is.
With respect to the earlier documents we introduced from Dr. Raudner, what was the date of the breast augmentation for which you received records for Ms. McVanwa?
The date we received the records?
No, the date that the surgery was performed based on this record.
The surgery is listed as October 18th, 2014.
And based on the records, do you know how much the procedure cost?
Yes, the total amount was $4,595.
Are these the records in State Exhibit 99 reflecting the financial aspect of the surgery?
Yes.
Is there any evidence that Ms. McVanwa purchased or paid for the entirety of this breast augmentation?
Yes, there were 2 charges from her.
Objection, mischaracterization of the evidence as to who paid for it.
I'll overrule the objection. You can answer the question.
Yes, there was 2 payments of $150 and $45 that were from her credit account, from her debit account.
Okay, so you can find, God bless you, you can find in her, not the Dr. Raudner records, but in her own bank records that she spent or paid $195 for this procedure.
Yes.
And did one of those appear to be a copay or a consultation fee or both?
Yes, they appeared to be consultation fee.
Okay, so what was the remaining balance if you separate out the $195 that she paid that you see in her records, her bank records, what would the remaining balance be?
$4,400
And how was that payment made in?
in cash.
Did you review her accounts to see if there were any corresponding withdrawals of that amount of cash to pay for that?
I did.
And what were your results?
I did not find any corresponding cash withdrawals, even leading up to the surgery date.
So if the surgery's in October, I believe you previously testified, how far back did you go to see if you could come up with smaller cash withdrawals to total the $4,400 that she would have had to pay?
January of 2014.
So 10 months?
Yes.
And what were the total amount of cash withdrawals that she had over the 10 months preceding the breast augmentation surgery?
2,180.
Was there any evidence of her accounts that you reviewed or her credit card accounts that she got a cash advance?
There was no cash advance.
While we're on the subject of the Dr. Raudner records, at the time that the surgery was performed in October of 2014, was that during her employment period at the Adelson Institute?
It was.
Was there any disruption in her paychecks that she received from the Adelson Institute in October of 2014?
No.
You just mentioned no disruption in paychecks. Well, were any of the paychecks in lesser amounts to reflect period of absence from work due to recovery from a major surgery?
Objection, leading speculation.
Restate the question, please.
Yes, sir. During the time frame, you had her record, so you knew what time her surgery happened, or the date of her surgery, right?
Yes.
Based on that, is there any corresponding paycheck which appears to be reduced in amount to account for her absence from work?
I would rule the objection.
Objection, speculation as to Ms.
I would rule the objection.
Do you understand the question?
I do. Am I allowed to answer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There is no reduction in her pay.
Did you review text messages between Catherine McBamwa and Charles Adelson in which she asks him for money?
Yes.
I'm going to publish to you with an evidence of State's Exhibit 65. This first line, is this Catherine McBamwa to Charles Adelson?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, cut off. These messages are dated May of 2015.
Yes.
So in the first message, we have the request for financial assistance. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And in these messages, does she indicate that she's short on money at that time?
In those messages, it does say she's short on money.
Are you aware of what her account balances were on this date, May 20th, 2015?
I am.
What is the total amount of cash that she had in her accounts on that date?
All her accounts combined, she had $15,582.22.
Did you review her accounts for any corresponding significant cash deposit?
Yes.
May I approach?
No.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 113 for identification. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And does this accurately summarize her records as to her deposits after this request for financial assistance?
It has, yes, it has both withdrawals and deposits, and the deposit is $1,400.
And this is an accurate summary of the Excel records we looked at earlier?
It is.
Okay, the state would offer this as State's Exhibit 113.
Any objection?
None from Mr. Garcia.
Same objection.
I would rule the objection, at 113.
Now, this deposit does not occur on the exact date that Ms. McBamwa asked for cash assistance from Charlie Adelson, does it?
No, it does not.
May 26, 2015, or 6 days later?
Yes.
In the bigger scheme of the records, though, was this a significant deposit after that text request?
Yes.
Finally, was there any evidence that you reviewed regarding Charlie Adelson paying for the Mazda repairs for the vehicle that Ms. McBamwa owned?
There was.
I'm going to publish for you State's Exhibit 114. And what was the date of Charles Adelson paying Mazda?
November 10th, 2015.
What was the amount that was paid?
$1,620.77.
I also want to show you State Exhibit 69. What is this document?
That was a picture that was in the iCloud records. That's a credit card authorization from Charlie Adelson to pay for Miss Magbanua's car repair.
And the amount 1650 corresponds to the Mazda payment on the records of the 1620.77.
Yes, this is an authorization to charge up to $1,650.
And was this photograph, based on your review of the iCloud, sent to Catherine McBanua?
It was.
And the date as well, this is the authorization form on November 9th, 2015. And the payment in the EMX is on November 10th.
Yes.
Last one to show, not last, next to last, I want to show you State Exhibit 67. This is a very extensive text message conversation. Would you agree with me?
Yes, it is.
I want to point out just a couple of things in the back. Does this conversation reflect communications between Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanua about this Mazda repairs?
It is.
I'm sorry. And are these dated prior to the payments made by Charlie Adelson in October of 2015?
It is.
I want to point out one thing here on November, tell me if you can't see it. The very top on November 5th, 2015. Is that approximately 2 months before we see the title to the Lexus transferred from Harvey Adelson to Catherine McBanua?
Yes.
And read for me the text message at the top on November 5th, 2015.
The very first one?
Yes, ma'am.
By the way, Sully, did about $5,000 work on the Lexus right before my parents sold it to me.
Then on the 6th, I'm going to direct your attention to this text message at 9:21 a.m. Incoming from Katie to, and I apologize, Judge, Katie to Charles Adelson.
Yes.
And what does it say?
It says, "You're paying for this, right? LOL, because I don't have the bread."
And he responds that he will give you this.
I will lend you, yes, I will lend you the money. I will give you my credit card.
And then they go on and get more details that goes on to discuss paying for other repairs and sending his credit card authorization and et cetera. Is that
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
Okay. Now, this is the very last question and it's out of order, but going back to the Adelson Institute situation, we did see the text message sending her biographical or identifying information from Charles Adelson to Donna Adelson at the beginning of the employment. At some point, were there text messages between them about payroll deductions?
There was.
Objection, hearsay.
Well, there's no question on the floor at this point. She's answered yes. Ask another question, Ms. Norton.
Case Exhibit 64. What is contained in this text thread?
Do you wish me to read it or just summarize it?
Just read the first line for us on May 11, 2015.
Hey, quick question. Can your mom text you really quick how much she deducts, like the three amounts for Social Security, et cetera, please?
And then further down in that exhibit on May 11th, does Charles Edelson respond?
Gross salary, $450. Federal withholding tax is $8. Social Security is $34.42. Net salary is $407.58. That is the categories for single and two dependents.
And finally, on May 11th, you could read the message incoming.
Not that they ever call, just in case. They can call me anytime he responds. You're the best.
Okay, now I want to move to the Catherine McDaniel's accounts. We saw your analysis. Did you prepare summaries based on your Excel spreadsheet work?
I did.
May I coach my last set? I'm showing you States Exhibit 15. What does that document contain?
This is a pie chart showing her income sources,
For what year?
2014.
And is it an accurate summary based on all of the data you examined?
It is.
Now I'm showing you States Exhibit 16. What does that contain?
Her income sources for 2015.
Similar pie chart?
Yes,
And is it accurate based on the data you analyzed?
it is.
States Exhibit 17. What does this document contain?
This contains a list of all of her cash deposits as they went in date order, listing all of the accounts.
And is that accurate based on the data you analyzed?
Yes.
It's an accurate summary, I should say. And finally, States Exhibit 118. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a line graph visually depicting the cash deposits from 2013 to 2016.
Summarized based on your analysis of the records?
Yes.
All right, this time I'd offer into evidence States Exhibits 115, 116, 117, and 118.
Any objection?
No objection.
Right, they'll be admitted.
Let's start showing. And I should have mentioned before, some of these pie charts, line graphs, et cetera, on the second page of each document, is that where you put your data that you're making these charts on?
Yes.
Starting with State Exhibit 115. Explain to me what you're demonstrating in this exhibit.
The graph works, the pie chart works clockwise. So the first section is a 63% showing cash deposits compared to the others. There's Sophie Dental, Cecilia Magbanua, Bancorp Bank, Adelson Institute, and miscellaneous.
Now the Magbanua income sources 2015.
Again, the information is clockwise with the largest going to smallest, the largest being cash deposits, followed by Adelson Institute, an IRS refund, Dr. Jerome Obed, Cecilia Magbanua, Garrison Insurance Company, and miscellaneous.
Now, if you combined all cash deposits with all payments from the Adelson Institute, what percent of her entire income would that be for 2015?
70%.
Next, showing you States Exhibit 117. Can you explain, I know you've identified what it is, walk me through what the different lines mean, the different columns?
The different columns. The columns, two columns on the left are what I call my buoy markers. It tells me exactly where I can find that transaction on a bank statement. since there's two, that's coming from my combined 2013, 2016 section of that analysis that I did. There has the account that it's identified, the date that it happened, and the description was cash deposit and the amount. There's a total that's to the right of the column.
So this is based on the records that you had for 2013.
Yes,
Then what follows, going on to, the next page, includes all of the cash deposit for 2014,
yes,
and then we continue on to 2015.
yes.
And you had some records, you summarized here from 2015.
Correct.
What size deposits of cash would Ms. McDaniel usually make?
You can look on there and see they range basically from $200 to $2,000, I think was one of the higher ones.
And how much total cash was deposited into her account from 2013 to 2016?
That would be the $88,021.33.
And that's the total that we have on the final page?
Yes.
Out of that I'm going to approximate, out of that $88,000 cash from 2013 through 2016, how much cash did she deposit in the 12 months immediately preceding the homicide?
Immediately preceding was, I believe, $15,600.
Out of those 12 months, how much of that $15,600 was deposited in the 4 months immediately preceding the murder?
$10,000.
Was there any increase in her cash deposit activity after July 18th, 2014?
Yes.
Okay, so let's use a 12-month period, for example. For 12 months from the murder out, so from July 2014 to July 2015, what were her cash deposits for that year period?
I believe it was 41,000.
And of all the months that you analyzed, as far as cash deposits from 2013 or July 2013 to July 2016, which month had the highest amount of cash deposits out of all the months?
August 2014,
And what was the total amount deposited in that single month?
13,200.
Did Ms. McBaniel often make multiple ATM deposits of cash in the same day?
Yes,
And would she make approximately how many $100 per deposit?
it varied a lot, from 2 to even 1,000.
And on the dates that she would make multiple ATM deposits within the same day, would those be the same or different ATM locations?
Different ATM locations.
The last exhibit I introduced was State Exhibit 118. What does this graph demonstrate?
This graph shows the cash deposits from 2013 to 2016. All of the records I had available showing by month the amount of the cash that was deposited.
And are you able to match this timeline of her cash deposits from 2013 to 2016 with her timeline of her employment?
Yes.
I can't put two pieces of paper on top of each other. So I'm using the transparency of this. Does that accurately reflect her cash deposits shown on top of where she was working at that time?
Yes.
And during the time that her cash deposits are the highest, where is she employed?
I do not have a record of her being employed.
Okay. And what was the murder date in this case?
July 18th, 2014.
May I approach her? I'm just showing you a demonstrative.
Okay.
Does this line accurately depict on this chart where July 2014 and August 2014 are?
Yes.
And that's the date Dan Martell was killed,
It is.
the time period? The very beginning of your testimony, we talked about all the records that you reviewed, investment accounts for the Adelsons, business accounts, et cetera. Did they have access to a lot of cash?
They did.
Did they operate a lot in cash at their Adelson Institute?
Yes.
Objection, personal knowledge.
Let's clarify her knowledge, please. Ms. Morris.
Based on your review of the records, did they give cash discounts for services?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay as to the basis of that knowledge.
Overruled.
Yes.
How would you characterize the wealth level of Donna and Harvey Adelson?
Objection, improper opinion and personal knowledge.
I sustain that there's no foundation established.
Did you review how many investment accounts they had?
I did.
Did you review all of their business records?
I
Or
did.
business banking records, financial records,
Yes.
their personal financial records?
Yes.
Did they have a lot of money?
Yes.
At what time frame, Ms. Norris?
During the time frame of all the records, 2013 through 2016 that you had for them?
Yes.
And was that an answer to yes during that time frame?
Yes.
What was the annual income of the Adelson Institute?
Approximately $2 million.
I couldn't hear you.
Approximately $2 million.
And about how much did Charlie Adelson make annually?
Between 3 million and 3.5 million.
Those figures are what? Different years?
Given,
Clarify what, you said 3 and 3.5.
right, over the different years, it would be between 3 million and 3.5 million.
For what years?
The 2013 to 2016 that I had the records.
Motion you concluded?
Yes, I just said that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I didn't hear either.
I'm sorry, Judge.
May I inquire, Judge?
You may.
Your Honor, request if possible, if I could either step out while Mr. Zangaday is cross-examining, or if we could take a 5-minute break, just so that I could set up for the cross-examination, it would make it move a lot faster for me. If after he does his cross, if we could take 5 minutes.
Your representations of being quick or not very credible.
But I would try my best.
We're about due for a break. We'll take 10 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We carry on through.
All rise for the jury.
Everybody be seated, please. You may proceed, Mr. Sangaday.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Sam Zane. I represent Mr. Garcia. I'm going to ask you some questions with regards to your investigation and your testimony, okay?
I understand.
So the government asked you to do your due diligence and kind of find out if my client, Mr. Garcia, had made any purchases with regards to automobiles or motorcycles, correct?
Yes,
And the information that you gave the jury on direct examination was from a time period from July of 2014 till a few months after that, correct?
correct.
All right. Now, one of the vehicles that you talked about, and this is Government's Exhibit 102, was a Monte Carlo, correct?
Yes,
Do you remember what year that Monte Carlo was?
yes, it's a 1984.
And do you remember the mileage on the Monte Carlo?
I don't have it listed.
Will you agree with me that a car with more mileage would be an impact on the value of the vehicle?
Yes,
Was there any information with regards to the purchase price of that vehicle within the documentation that you provided?
I don't recall any.
To direct your attention to Government's Exhibit, 103. Would it be fair to say I'm not as savvy as you'll agree with me that it's a 1984 Chevrolet two-door, color in blue, correct?
Correct.
And the purchase date of this vehicle was what date, do you recall?
July 26, 2014.
And does this document show that the vehicle was sold a year later for $600?
Objection, relevant.
A rule. Just publishing
It's
a
in-
document that's in evidence, as I understand.
I can't see that well enough to see.
Oh, sure, no problem, let me zoom in. You see what's circled there, that's the selling price?
I see it.
What number is that, can you tell the jury?
$600.
Let's go back a smidges here. And this is the title that my client purchased, 1980, I'm sorry. There we go. There we go. So this is the certificate of title for Secretary Garcia, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and that's the same 1984 two-door Chevrolet, correct?
yes,
Which a year later was sold for $600, correct?
correct.
Now, this is the person, is this the person that bought the vehicle from Mr. Garcia?
I can't see it well enough.
We can't read it from here, Mr.
I'm
Singer.
sorry, Judge. I can barely read it from where I'm at. That's the July 24th, 2015 date right there, ma'am?
Yes, I see it.
And it confirms again right here that the purchase price was $600, correct?
That is correct.
Now, any of these documents that the government listed, do you see a purchase price for Mr. Garcia buying that vehicle a year before he sold it for $600?
I do not.
You'll agree with me that you had the person that he purchased it from, correct?
Yes,
Did you make any efforts to contact this person to see what the sale of the vehicle was?
I did not.
You'll agree with me your testimony here is to inform the jury of purchases that my client made post-murder, correct?
Yes,
And you'll agree with me that it would be important and imperative to be able to educate the members of this jury as to how much this 1984 Monte Carlo actually cost, correct?
yes,
You'll agree with me that there is documentation which shows a year later that was sold for $600, correct?
Objection to ask me, sir.
Sustained.
Now, we also had discussions with regards to a motorcycle, correct?
that is correct.
And this is Government's Exhibit 102, correct, ma'am?
Yes,
Okay. And that is a 1997 Honda motorcycle, correct?
yes.
And go ahead. You sent a subpoena to get the records from the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles with regards to this purchase?
Law enforcement did it.
Okay, I'm sorry, well, did you use it in your evaluation to assist your testimony to the jury?
Yes,
All right. Now, you'll agree with me, we'll go ahead and zoom in here. That says Secreto Garcia, is that correct, ma'am?
yes,
Okay, and you'll agree that the date there is the date that you testified on direct examination, August 12th, 2014, correct?
August 22nd.
I'm sorry. August 22nd, 2014, roughly in the same time period that you testified in direct examination, correct?
Yes,
Let's go down here and go ahead and zoom this in. Indicate purchase price, says $500, yeah? Yes, ma'am?
yes,
Not an extravagant purchase, correct?
I wouldn't think so.
And last but not least, a 2000 gold Nissan. You recall that?
Yes,
Okay, and that is Government's Exhibit 101, correct?
I believe so.
Now. The date, this time I'll read it correctly, December 17th, 2014, correct? It was 12/17/2014?
Yes,
Says my client's name, Secreto Garcia.
it does.
The seller here, the seller information is a website, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Nicecarsforless.com, correct?
Yes,
All right. Did you do any due diligence to subpoena or interview anyone from nicecarsforless.com to see what the purchase price of that 2000 Nissan was?
I did not.
You don't know if it was $1,000 or $100, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. You testified on direct examination that you were unable to locate bank records for Mr. Garcia, is that correct?
For the 2014, 2015 year.
What about before that? Did you look before that?
I don't believe those records were subpoenaed.
And by saying that, that means that you were not asked or instructed by the prosecutors to go further back to be able to obtain financial records for Mr. Garcia, is that correct?
I reviewed what law enforcement had provided me.
Okay. So the answer is yes, right? You only did, well, let me ask you this way. You only did what you were asked to do, correct?
I only review the information that's given to me.
At any point during your evaluation, do you ask, listen, I want to go back and look at previous years to see if I can do like a more wide global analyzation of the finances?
If it's necessary.
Did you find it necessary in this case?
I did not.
With regards to Mr. Garcia?
I did not.
You did indicate that Mr. Garcia received, I believe, 2 paychecks from Coastal Masonry in 2014,
I did.
and you found that out how?
The records for the coastal masonry were subpoenaed.
You indicated that Mr. Garcia had steady employment in 2016, correct?
Yes, it was fairly steady, yes.
And by fairly steady, you mean he got a paycheck every week or 2 weeks from the same employer?
Yes.
You'll also agree with me that you prepared a chart with regards to Ms. McBanawa, that in 2016, one of the highest contributors to her bank account was my client, correct?
Yes,
And you're aware that he has 2 children with Ms. McBanawa?
I am aware of that.
And you're aware that they were living together at that time, correct?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay. Did it appear that the majority of my client's check would be transferred to Ms. McBanawa's account?
I couldn't say a majority, but
A healthy portion?
a healthy portion, yes.
It appears from your testimony, it looks like the government's position is that Ms. McBanawa was paid like an annuity for her involvement in a crime, correct?
I don't know if I could characterize it by that. But
Well, it wasn't one lump sum, correct?
I do not know how the payment was made.
You'll agree that your analyzation of the payments given by the Adelson Institute and by Charlie Adelson spanned a long period of time, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you see any such payments like that from Mr. Garcia?
I did not.
Did you see any kind of specific cash withdrawal? Now, you indicated earlier, let me strike that initial question. You indicated earlier that your characterization of the Adelsons was wealthy, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. They had money market accounts, multiple investments, correct?
Yes,
Bank accounts,
yes,
substantial holdings in their accounts.
yes.
In June or July of 2014, did you see what would sum to be a $100,000 withdrawal from any of their financial markets?
I did not.
In 2016, were you able to see any substantial cash withdrawal from the Adelson's account?
In 2016?
2016.
For what amounts?
Anything over $30,000?
There were withdrawals.
Okay. Cash withdrawals?
No, they were for payments for income taxes.
I'm sorry, maybe I didn't ask the question correctly.
Okay,
Let me ask it another way.
all right.
Did you see any substantial cash withdrawals from the Adelsons, whether it's Wendy, Donna, Harvey, or Charlie, cash withdrawals in 2016, substantial ones?
No,
Give me just 1 second.
No.
Thank you for your time. No further questions.
McBanaman?
Thank you. Ms. Hall, good afternoon.
good afternoon.
You would agree with me that to make your financial analysis in any case, you need to have all the data, right?
I can do an analysis on the data that I have.
You need more than just bits and pieces, right?
Yes,
You need to have the full picture, right?
I do my best to get the full picture, yes.
Now, you currently work at the Attorney General's office. You've been there for a couple of years, right?
Yes,
Before that, the Department of Financial Services,
yes,
work for the state of Florida, right?
yes,
So for about a decade, you've been working as an expert witness for the Leon County State Attorney's Office, correct?
no, that's not really accurate.
You've been called as an expert witness by them over the past 7 years,
I have been called before, yes.
never by the defense?
No, never voted.
All right. But that doesn't inhibit you here today with me looking at Ms. Magbanawa's finances through clean windows, right?
That's correct.
Do you know what I mean by looking at her through clean windows?
Well, I can only surmise that you wanted me to be fair and balanced,
Objective.
objective.
All right. Let's go first to the Adelson Institute. You
Okay.
received some documents in your analysis, right?
Yes,
Now, let me ask you on that. When you're doing your analysis, it's based on what's given to you by the prosecutors, right?
yes,
Now, you may make requests and say, look, I need more, but you're heavily depending that they're giving you all the information, right?
yes,
Now, in preparation for the testimony today and in preparation for all the work that you did on the case, and not saying that it's wrong to do, you met with these prosecutors multiple times, communicated with them, right?
yes,
So at some point you get documentation, it's entered in as States 87 from the Adelson Institute. You remember that?
I do.
Now, you were asked some questions about Ms. Norris, whether there were other documents that were provided to you. Do you remember those questions?
Yes,
And you said no, that they weren't in the packet that you received,
correct.
and presumably not given by the Adelson Institute, right?
Yes,
By law, none of those documents are required though, right?
required under the subpoena?
No. So there's no requirement in the state of Florida for a business to describe as part of their employee file what somebody does for the business, right?
Correct,
It's not required by law that there's a job application, right?
I suppose, right?
You suppose. What do you mean you suppose? I don't know if there's a gradient on that.
Oh, there is no law requiring an application.
But there was a response to the subpoena with documents, right?
Yes,
And these are documents that you could then corroborate through taxes that have been paid by the business over the time periods of the checks, right?
yes,
Now, I'm going to turn you over to States 109. Now, Ms. Norris asked you questions specifically about the items in red. That are exhibits to make it easy.
okay.
So let's take those three lines right there. Now, what did the red mean again?
That they were sequentially numbered checks.
Do you know the work schedule of Donna Adelson?
I do not.
When she takes vacations?
No,
What days she comes in during the week?
no, I do not.
What about other employees? Were you asked to do an analysis on how checks were written for Clariza Libredo,
No,
Erica Johnson?
no,
Whether, Miss Adelson came in one day a week, wrote checks, was gone the next week? You don't know that, do you?
I do not.
To come to a conclusion on that, you need to have all the information, right?
A conclusion on the sequential checks?
That there's something nefarious going on with sequential checks.
I don't think there's anything nefarious about that.
Because the asterisk, that means that the check was written before the end of the period. Is that what that means?
Yes,
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, this first column is when Ms. McBanwa deposits her checks, right?
yes,
Ms. McBanwa is not depositing the checks before the time frame for when she's working, right? Let's take, for instance, line 11. Checks written on 2/5.
We
Right.
can't read that. Because
Let me know when it's good. That
I
better
can-
now?
yes,
All right, so let's take lines 11, 12, and 13. Start with line 11. The memo line is January 26th to February 4th. Now, that's written on the check is the memo line, right?
yes,
And presumably the work period.
yes,
Now, those checks are all written, or that one's written on February 4th, right?
correct.
When did Ms. McBanwa deposit?
On February 12th,
Now, let's go a line down. The pay period is February 9th to the 19th. When did she deposit?
February 26th,
And then the next one, February 23rd to March 5th. When's she depositing?
March 11th,
So isn't this in line with somebody working and then receiving a check and depositing it?
it would represent that, yes,
And doesn't this whole document actually represent that?
yes,
Well over 90% of the time, except for, and the jurors will be able to look at it later on, all of her deposit dates come after what's in the memo line.
yes.
Do you know how Ms. McBanwa was receiving her checks?
I do not,
Whether they were mailed?
I do not.
Whether they were hand delivered by one of the employees?
I do not.
Now, along those lines, do you even know what she was doing for work?
I do not.
You were asked questions about how she was paid around the time of breast surgery. You remember that?
Yes.
And the dates to help you out here. Hold on, I can find the sticker. You want to back up one moment?
Good night.
Maybe missing it to the sticker. Okay. All right. Now, what you were talking about was that she has breast surgery and how she's still receiving checks around that time period, right?
Yes.
Do you know whether breast surgery would inhibit her from doing the job that she was doing for the Adelson Institute?
I do not.
Because again, you don't know what her work was,
That's correct.
or whether she would have actually missed work.
That's correct.
For instance, if her job was to log onto the computer, contact patients, that could be something that could be done from bed.
I believe home.
Going back now to Government 109. And this is in reference to some text messages. You were asked by the government, here it is, Government 63, how there was text messages by Charles Adelson talking about Catherine McBandlow's information and how that was in advance of when she was employed.
Yes.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. So this text message is September 16, 2014.
Mm-hmm.
Her first day of work is September 15, 2018. The first check is written on September 17, 2014. And she isn't paid, or she doesn't deposit a check until October 18, 2014.
Correct.
So it's all around the same time frame.
It is around the same time frame.
Is this anything different than the normal practice of hiring an employee? You get their information, they start working?
Normally, you would have all that information before you started working.
Depends on the business though, right?
Normally, you have all the information of your employees before you start working there.
And your basis of knowledge on that is based on all companies in the state of Florida?
You asked the question, Mr. Cobb. We're not going to then argue with her about her answer. Move on, please.
Not a problem. Let's go now to Government's 118. You created this chart, right?
That's correct.
Now, the big thing here is the comparison between 2013 and 14. It goes from 2,800 to 46,820. It's a big jump, right?
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you don't have any records from January to June of 2013.
That's correct.
Isn't that then giving inaccurate information by saying that for 2013, her total cash deposits are 2,800?
It's accurate based on what I have for records, and I do denote that I do not have any records from January to July.
And you denote it by putting a dash.
Yes.
But the government didn't ask you what that dash means.
It means it's zero.
We know that now, right?
I knew it then.
No. We in this courtroom, we know that now because I just asked you, right?
If you look at the summary that comes from, it shows that I have partial records.
My question is, you weren't asked that until I asked you though, right?
You're correct.
Now, 2016, the same thing. You don't have records from August till December, right?
That is correct.
Because Ms. McBandon was in custody.
That's most likely correct.
One second, Charlie. Now, we started out, we were talking about needing to have full information and not bits and pieces, right? Let's come over to your graph here. did the government give you information, evidence for your analysis that Ms. Magbanwa, starting in late 2013 and continuing for years, was working, receiving cash tips?
Objection, facts, not analysis.
Overruled.
I based that on the bank records, and I do not have anything that would show she worked and made cash tips.
Because it wasn't given to you, right?
Objection,
Your legal objection.
or argumentative, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
I was not given information, I was given the bank records.
Had you been given information, evidence that she was working a cash job starting in late 2013 and going years into the future, would that have changed the analysis?
That's a compound question. You ask her evidence or information. That's a compound question.
All right, we'll cycle back to it. Were you aware, in your review, that she was working at a nightclub?
I was not,
You received her bank records, right?
yes.
Bank of America, right?
Mhm.
You went through all of those records.
I did,
Specifically, you went through her checking account, 8980-0426-6984.
yes.
My apologies, Your Honor, 1 second. Ms. Hull, you know what that is, right?
Yes,
Exhibit number on this.
Showing you it's been pre-marked as Defense 14.
yes,
That's a printout of one of the pages of bank records for Ms. Magbanwa's Bank of America account.
yes,
And you recognize that because you've gone through all of her bank records.
that's correct,
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of her bank records or of that page.
yes.
Move in what's been pre-marked as Defense 14.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
I assume this is a portion of the state exhibit.
Correct, Your Honor.
You know what the state exhibit is a portion of? Ms. Norris?
I believe it's,
Right. If you don't know, somebody else. But,
offhand.
all right, just wanted the jury to kind of understand, we're taking pieces of a whole that has been placed in evidence. So I admit Defense Exhibit 14.
Ms. Hull, correct me if I'm wrong, this is a check from Faith for cash tips for April, the month of April in 2015.
Yes, that's the way the check was written.
That's not in any of the analysis that you've done, right?
It is, it's just that that check bounced and so did the other one. So the net amount for that was 0. I did not show it on my analysis.
But you would agree with me that this is evidence that she's working in a nightclub in April up until May of 2015.
Yes,
Now, I want to go back quickly to the governance demonstrative. You created this?
I did.
Now, you have in here that Adelson Institute, October 7th. Why October 7th?
That was the day it hit her account.
You're talking about the first check that was deposited?
Yes,
Now, when we come back to all these cash deposits, you can't say where any of this cash came from, right?
that's correct.
Whether it came from work, receiving tips at a nightclub, right?
Seems like an awful lot for tips.
Have you ever worked as a bottle girl in a nightclub in Miami?
No, I have not.
Would you then be unable to make that opinion as to how much one would make?
Done a lot of bookkeeping for different
All right, so
institutions.
then if you could tell this jury, what's the standard amount that one would make working as a VIP bottle girl in Miami at Club Fate? If you know.
I do not.
Now, you have no way to determine whether it came from an Adelson, from Club Fate, from Sigfredo Garcia, do you?
I'm sorry.
I do not.
I want to turn over now to Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. You were given bank records for them,
The records that were available, yes.
no sizable deposits into their accounts.
I'm not sure what you mean by sizable.
Your belief is that this is money for a murder deposited into an account with her name on it. Did you see the same type of activity on Luis Rivera's account?
No.
Now, turn your attention over to Governance 117. You talked about a pattern of deposits made by Ms. Magbanua, right? And you're talking about how on a given day, you tell me which one you want to use, 6/9, how there was multiple deposits made at multiple banks, right?
Yes.
Now, in fact, those are deposits made at different banks on the same day, right?
I would believe so. I'd have to look at, there's another chart done that represented what bank was used.
Well, doesn't this show the account number? of the
Yes,
bank? All right, so if we look at 623 right here, you got Bank of America and then Chase, right?
yes.
Now, that's one of the things that caught your attention, right?
I noticed it.
Do you happen to know the maximum amount of deposits Ms. Magbanua could make at her respective accounts, whether it was 300, 500, 800? Do you know that?
I do not.
Do you happen to know the costs it would cost her to transfer money from one account to the other?
There's never any cost for transfers.
To make a transfer in between different banks, are you aware if there's a cost or not?
I do not know.
All right, so just to make sure that it's clear, because my question was kind of backwards there, you wouldn't know if there was a charge for her to transfer money from her bank account ending in 6984 over the Chase account 3836.
Yes,
You would know or you wouldn't know?
I would have known if there was a charge for that. It would have showed up in my analysis.
What I'm asking you is this, you don't see any transfers in between Bank of America and Chase from Ms. Magbanua's account, do you?
That's correct.
All right, so you wouldn't know if her account, the way it's set up, that she would face a $25, $10, $50 charge for making a transfer in between banks.
I would not.
Also, with respect to the ATMs, you didn't do any sort of analysis to determine whether they were miles away or right next door to each other, right?
No,
So in your analysis, you're looking at around the time of the homicide, which is 2014, to make a determination or to make an analysis, 8/12, 8/11, that this is around the time of the homicide, the deposits are being made in different accounts, right?
that's what it shows.
But this is something that she had been doing throughout all the years of records that you have, right?
She often made cash deposits.
In 2013, that's not a date of interest in this case, right?
It was for me to base my analysis.
Based on the records that you have.
Yes,
You know about this case from your meetings with the government and from the news, right?
I know about this case from the records I've seen.
But you also know about it from the news as well, right?
I watch some of the news, but it's not something I base my information on.
And I wasn't trying to insinuate that. The reason why I ask, and I'm going to tie this into a question, is because you know the relevant dates of the case.
Yes,
In fact, Ms. Magbanua didn't even know Mr. Adelson in 2013, in the middle part of 2013. Do you know that?
I do not.
I'm sorry, Ms. Norris, when you make an objection, if you speak up where I can hear you and state your legal objection,
Lack of foundation.
sustain.
Do you know when Charles Adelson met Catherine Magbanua?
I do not.
Do you know of any significance of anything happening in 2013 with respect to this case?
Could you rephrase that question?
Do you know of anything of significance happening on this case in the year 2013?
I do not.
You would agree with me that Ms. Magbanua's deposit behavior is the same in 2013. On 11/29/2013, she makes a deposit at Bank of America and then at Chase for cash amounts.
I see that.
Do you know where that money came from?
I do not.
Do you know whether it came from working at Hollywood Live?
I do not.
And for the jury, the reason why we only have a couple lines of 2013 is because no records were obtained for prior to July of 2013, right?
That's correct.
But they could have been.
If they would have been subpoenaed, yes.
Let's talk about purchases now.
Okay.
Looking at it through clean windows. The year 2014, Miss Magbanwa, she has breast surgery, right?
Yes.
No big purchases that you know of, like cars and stuff like that?
No.
2015? No.
No.
Eventually, she buys a Lexus from Harvey Adelson, right?
There is an Alexis in her name. I never found payment for it.
But again, you don't know the source of the cash.
True.
Could it not have been a situation that she takes her tip wages, 17, and we see it in the 2013 transaction, $1,900 deposited on one day. Could it not have been a situation that she takes her cash tips and uses that to purchase the vehicle?
Yes, except that I didn't see any corresponding deposits into the Adelson's accounts.
Would you agree with me that sometimes people don't deposit cash?
That's true.
We have a title of the vehicle. The title shows that the vehicle was purchased, right?
It shows an amount, a purchase amount.
The evidence that we have in this case, and it's admitted in, the evidence shows that it was paid for, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
If you could.
It shows that she paid $1,700 for it.
Now, again, you went through all of Catherine Magbanwa's Bank of America accounts, right?
Yes.
Every transaction, line for line.
Yes.
I'm handing you a pre-marked as Defense 13. You know what that is, right?
Yes.
That's some of the transactions on Catherine McBanwa's checking account for Bank of America.
Okay.
And you know what that is because you've gone through every line of every one of her bank statements.
Yes.
And that is it's in the same or substantially same condition it was in when you reviewed it, when you looked at all the records.
Yes.
Let's move in what's been pre-marked as Defense 13.
Is there objection?
If I could see the exhibit, the records are voluminous. I don't know which particular page is being referenced. Thank you.
You know what exhibit this comes out of, that's for the cost.
It does, it is, the state's exhibit number, no, I don't, but it's the Bank of America record.
In the future, it'd be helpful if you're gonna pull a piece out to let us know this is a portion of what's already part of the record, and then everybody be a little clearer on what you're doing.
Absolutely, Your Honor, we'll do it.
Admit Defense Exhibit 13.
And Ms. Hall, your belief is that this Lexus was given as a gift for a murder, right?
I believe she got a gift from the family, yes.
Yet, she's paying for dental work at the Adelson Institute, January 8, 2015.
Dental work.
You agree with me that she's paying for dental work, right?
That's what it would appear to me going into their business account, yes.
Doesn't really seem like something that one would do if they helped out in a murder, right?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
Your belief is that they gifted her this vehicle, right?
I could not find a payment for it.
Yet she's paying them for what they do as part of their business, dental work.
Okay.
Why is that only coming out on cross-examination?
Objection, argumentative, Your
Sustained.
Honor.
Now, let's go back to people buying things. In the year 2010, what did Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia, or Catherine McBanwa buy that was a big purchase?
I do not have records for 2010.
2011?
I do not have the records before 2013.
You would agree with me, as human beings, we acquire things in the course of our lives.
Yes,
We make big purchases.
some people do.
wouldn't it be looking at Ms. Magbanwa and the other defendants through dirty windows to assume that any purchase that was made was therefore nefarious and tied to a crime?
Objection to argumentative.
Sustained.
You have no way to say that any of these purchases are tied to a crime, do you?
I do not.
Now, turning back over to the breast surgery, you have no way to say that that money came from any Adelson, do you?
I do not.
Nor do you have the ability to be able to say that it came from her cash tips at one of the nightclubs that she was working at for nearly 2 years.
I do not.
Government's 114. Do you know the dates of the relationship between Catherine Magbanwa and Charles Adelson?
I don't know any specific dates of the relationship.
But you do know, you said relationship, you do know that they were dating at some point.
Yes,
Would you agree with me that it's consistent with a relationship that one buys the other things,
yes,
takes them on vacations,
yes,
maybe to Key West?
possibly.
That is not abnormal behavior.
No.
Government's 48, I'm sorry, that's 118. We talked about 2013, let's talk about 2016 now. We know why we have no entries from here on. When did the large cash deposits stop?
From large cash deposits, looks like on that May or April. I can't see. I could look at my chart.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, that in May, there's a $2,000 deposit and it drops down to $221?
Yes,
When was Sigfredo Garcia arrested?
in May.
So how can this not be consistent with Sigfredo Garcia giving money to the mother of his 2 children over the course of time via cash payment? And then it drops off at exactly the time that he's arrested.
Her payments from the Adelson stopped at the same time too.
You agreed with me to look at this through clean windows though, right?
I'm giving you the information I know.
For this jury, there's no way to say one over the other though, right?
I know when the checks from the Adelson stopped.
We're talking about cash here though.
Correct.
Okay, so there's no way for you to say that that cash is coming from an Adelson versus Sigfredo Garcia versus a nightclub, right?
Correct.
And there's no higher probability of one over the other. You
No,
can't, let me know if you need me to help you.
Okay.
You
need to
can't say,
rephrase it.
yeah, you can't,
Stop, Chief. You gotta answer the question.
oh, Your Honor, she asked me to rephrase it.
Is that what it said?
Yes, please rephrase.
Sorry, Honor. There's no way for you to say, well, it's more likely that it came from an Adelson than it came from a nightclub or Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Right.
And to be fair, there's no way for you to say that it's more likely it came from a nightclub or Sigfredo Garcia than an Adelson, right?
Correct.
Now, the government asked you about text messages of Charles Adelson, right?
Yes,
They gave you a CD, right?
yes.
And on that CD, it had a program called the Celebrate Reader.
Actually, I reviewed them prior to that, before they were on the Celebrex.
All right, but you were able to look at many, many different transactions with a bunch of different information and a lot of the text messages, right?
Yes,
And you looked at it with the same level of detail as you looked at her financial records.
the original format was very difficult to read.
But you were still able to find out the body of the message, right?
Yes,
You were asked about text messages in and around September with respect to Ms. Magbanwa's employment.
I reviewed all of the messages, actually.
All right. 1 second, Your Honor. Miss Hall, just one brief moment.
Sure.
My question that I have here is going to be about this text message that you talked about. Now, again, this is September 2014. This is right around the time period that checks from the Adelson Institute began, correct?
Yes.
That's all I'm handing you with the pre-marked events 15 and 16.
Okay.
You take a look at those. You know what those are, right?
I've actually never seen this format, but it looks like the text messages from Charlie Adelson's iCloud.
Now, you know that because the body of the text messages is in there and you've reviewed all the text messages, right?
I've reviewed many of them, yes.
And those fairly and accurately depict the messages in between Catherine McBanois and Charles Adelson, right?
This only says to and from. It's an index, not any messages.
If you could take a look at the bottom right-hand corner where it says body,
Okay. All right.
and if you would take a look now, what's been pre-marked as defense 16. You also know what that is, right?
Like I said, this is not the format I originally was looking at.
The information, though, is the same as what you reviewed, right?
The information should have been the same as I reviewed, yes.
And the dates correspond to the dates of the other text message that the government entered in, right?
Yes.
Move in what's been pre-marked as defense 15 and 16.
Objection.
Your Honor, can you just sidebar? Thank you.
Let the jury step out. We're going to take a break for a minute, and during the break, Mr. Picasso wants you to give to the state any of the text messages that you intend to introduce. There is a difference between the state putting in what your client says and you putting in what your client says. So you need to give them what you intend to offer, and then we'll have discussion about it. We'll take 10 minutes. Do we have exhibits that are being tendered that there are objections to?
Your Honor, the defense allowed me to review proposed exhibits 15 through 20, and I do have an objection to hearsay, self-serving hearsay.
As to all of them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Picasso.
Yes, Your Honor. The government has entered into evidence text messages from September of 2014 in relation to Ms. McBanois' work at the Adelson Institute to insinuate that there was something nefarious going on. I'm seeking to bring in text messages from exactly that same time frame that talk about her employment, talk about her having a schedule there, which would be consistent with correct work. Now, there's two cases I'd want to read into the record. First is Guerrero v. State, 532 Southern 2nd 75. As a general rule, defendants out-of-court self-serving exculpatory statements are inadmissible hearsay. However, where the state has opened the door, which they have here, by eliciting testimony as a part of that conversation, a defendant is entitled to cross-examine the witness about other relevant statements made during the conversation. Also, out of the 5th District, we have Antori, that's Antory v. State, 943 Southern 2nd 906. Again, that's a 5th DCA case from 2006. Quote, the reason for this rule is to ensure that the jury understands the entire context of statements elicited by the state and as not to mislead by exclusion of relevant sections of the conversation. Now, this isn't just confined within time.
But what I really need to do is see the text messages you're talking about.
Your Honor, first, I can approach and I
Now,
can.
let me have them all.
Okay. There's 4 different topics. There's different argument for each.
But the one you're making relates to which exhibit?
It should be the top one. They're the ones that are dated for September. There's 2 of them. I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers.
15.
The 15 and 16.
Correct, Your Honor.
I overruled the state's objection as to 15 and 16. What was the other one?
Your Honor, as to the next grouping, there should be 2, and it should be the next one that you have up. There's 2 sets of messages with respect to loans that were given by Charles Adelson to Catherine McBanwell. The government has brought out in several of their exhibits monies given to Catherine McBanwell to make it look like she's getting a gift, and as co-defendant counsel said, an annuity for being involved in the murder. What we have puts that into proper context, that she's paying him back for these loans.
And that's defense exhibit 17 and 18.
I apologize, Your Honor, I didn't organize which number was which. I was going off the documents themselves,
That's correct.
but it should be those.
Talking about 11. I sustain the state's objection 17 and 18. You make those part of the record, but they're not to go to the jury. Find them to be hearsay. And we have 19. I don't know what this is. Is this some notes of your?
Oh, yeah, that's my cross.
Throw it away.
Your Honor, if I can take a look at where you're holding, I can tell you which one. Thank you.
Well, it's clear. I'm admitting 15 and 16.
All right, Your Honor, number 19 and number 20. Number 19 has to do with something that this witness has already testified about, which is that Miss McBanwell saw Harvey Adelson for dental work. Not introduced with the truth of the matter asserted.
I sustain the objection to 19 and 20.
Your Honor, 20. It is important to note first, and I know that that the court already knows, that this witness has been presented as an expert witness to evaluate the finances of Catherine McBanwell. Information that was not provided to her was her employment at nightclubs for years. It's giving the insinuation that there is off-the-books cash being received and deposited. This expert, if she were given all of the information, including what is defense number 20, it would change that analysis. The text message that you have is from mid to late 2015, where Ms. McBanwell is talking about quitting the job where she's receiving cash tips at the nightclub. I believe that it is integral, and again, not introduced to the truth of the matter asserted. This is an expert witness who's testifying about my client's finances, and this supports where she's getting her finances from.
This expert witness has not testified anything that doesn't relate to a financial transaction that was observed. And I know you may be thinking, well, with Sergeant Corbett, I let in some other stuff, but he offered opinions that were based upon text messages. This witness has not done so. I sustain the objection is to 20. So we ready for jury?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
All
Judge.
right, let's have a jury in, please.
Your Honor, if I could approach those 2 exhibits.
These are 2 I admitted.
All rise for the jury.
Sorry for the delay, folks, but every once in a while I have to earn my money. All right. All right. Everybody be seated, please.
Defense moves in what's been pre-marked as defense 15 and 16.
I've already admitted them.
Ms. Hull, you remember testifying to this jury talking about text messages regarding Ms. McVanwell and her employment at the Adelson Institute, right?
Yes,
How there was some information that was sent in a text message by Charles Adelson over to Don Adelson. You remember that?
yes.
There's more text messages about her employment though, right?
I don't recall any additional ones.
Now, again, your analysis is based on what the government provided you, right?
Yes,
And you need all of it, not just bits and pieces. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, her employment starts September 15th, right?
that's what it says in the memo field.
In this exhibit, Captain McVanwell was sending a text message to Charles Adelson saying, can you read that?
Kind of out of focus.
Okay,
Maybe.
That's autofocus, that's the best thing you get.
yes, I can read that.
You can read it to the jury, please.
Sure. I'll let you know on my availability so you can know more or less how many hours I can dedicate. And thank you again.
That's consistent with working for somebody, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Showing you it's been entered in as defense 16. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, this is a text message from Catherine McVanwell to Charles Adelson, September 17, 2014. Again, same time frame as her employment begins at the Adelson Institute, right?
Right.
What's that message say? You can read it to the jury.
Yes, that's awesome. Thank you so much. I'll call them to make sure they put me in the schedule. You said my full name? Question mark.
Now, here's another message from Catherine McVanwell, September 17, 2014. If you can read that.
No problem. Helping me out more than I'm helping you. I'm excited to start. Yay.
That sounds like somebody who's about to start working for somebody on September 17th, correct?
It could, but it doesn't reference what job.
We're talking about hours. I'm excited to start. You don't need to be an expert in finances to be able to come to a conclusion. That's somebody that's about to start work, right?
Yeah, possibly, yes.
Well, what's the other possibility?
Well, it could be starting a different job. I know.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, and let's go back to the second page here. They're talking about providing a name, right?
Yes,
And in the text messages that were admitted by the government, it was Charles Adelson giving a name to his mother, the office manager, right?
yes, yes.
You could read the next message. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, this is from Mr. Adelson back to Catherine McVanwell. September 17th, and what's that message?
Cool, it should work good. I did say you would call and I did not give your full name, but I just call it.
But just call it's
It's
cool,
cool,
is that what
yeah.
it says? Next message, Captain McVanwell to Charles Adelson. And again, that says KK, right?
Very common for okay.
Bits and pieces. This is the full picture, right?
It could be, yes.
Now, the government presented you with some exhibits talking about payment for repairs to a vehicle
Mhm.
in loans, right?
Yes.
Now, you reviewed the Celebrite information for Charles Adelson, right?
I viewed the iCloud information in a different format. It was just on Excel spreadsheets, but the actual data was not linked like they are in Celebrex.
With what you have reviewed, you're aware that these are not the only text messages talking about loans, right? I'm not asking you for the content of it, but there are other text messages talking about loans, right?
I don't recall any other
Objection to
text.
hearsay.
Not
I think it
listening.
calls for a yes or no. She said, I don't recall. Set your answer.
Yes, I don't recall any other text messages on loans.
Would that be because you haven't
Move
seen?
on, Mr.
Last
Because-
question.
No, move on.
A brief moment, Your Honor. So, final line here. Jan, you put this together to show that there was a spike of money going into her account during a time period when she wasn't working, right?
It was two sets of information that was overlaid.
With the use of a Kleenex box in the courtroom, I've gotten this. If she were to have been working, receiving cash tips at a nightclub between late 2013 and the middle of 2015, we would have an additional bar right in the middle, just like that, right?
Yes,
Which would explain why there's increases of cash during a time period when she's not working day jobs and could be working more at night, right?
I never saw any evidence to indicate she was working at a nightclub in that time frame.
And again, your opinion is confined to what they provided, right?
I had all of the bank records available to me in that time frame.
Did you receive any response to subpoenas? Did you receive the response to any subpoenas by the Tallahassee Police Department or anybody else at the government with respect to employment records at Club Fate,
No,
Hollywood Live?
no,
Any witness statements from coworkers, managers, club owners as to the hours that she was working and the amount she was making?
I saw no evidence that she was working at a nightclub.
Because it wasn't provided to you, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Had you received such information, would your analysis and opinion have been different?
Anytime there's a difference in information, it does change my analysis.
Great.
But I did not receive any information to indicate she worked at a nightclub.
And just to make sure that it's crystal clear here, and not to go over something we've gone over, as the financial investigator, you're not out there investigating things like an investigator for the Tallahassee Police Department, right? Let me strike that question. How many subpoenas did you send out with respect to the analysis on this case?
I did not send out any.
Those subpoenas were being sent out by either the state attorney's office, the Tallahassee Police Department, or any of the other law enforcement to get you the information, right?
Correct.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
You minute?
Well, yeah.
Your Honor, if I could have a moment, the government has been exhibits. Your Honor, if we could have a brief moment, there's a lot in here.
Why don't you finish your cross before we worry about their redirect?
I actually think it's done, Your Honor,
Okay.
except for this one topic.
All right. Say,
Yes, sir.
do you have something other than what they're studying?
Yes, sir, I can proceed
Okay.
with that while they're doing that. In this case, you did have the ability to, if you wanted additional records, request that the state or the law enforcement on your behalf issue subpoenas for additional information.
Absolutely.
And you actually did that, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you don't have the authority or the power to issue a subpoena in this case.
That's correct.
I want to go back to the beginning of your cross-examination with respect to the DHS-MV records for the Monte Carlo purchased by Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes,
And you were asked some questions about it being sold a year after the fact for a $600 amount.
Right.
Do you know or have any factual knowledge of the circumstances surrounding the sale after Garcia purchased it?
I do not.
If you know, and I don't know if you know the answer to these questions, when you have a transfer of a vehicle, can you insure a vehicle without transferring title?
No,
Do you have to put a sale price or list an item as a gift on a title transfer?
yes,
Now, if you put a sale item on a title transfer, are you taxed?
yes,
Okay, so is there a financial benefit to putting a really low sales price on a title transfer for a vehicle?
yes, there is.
And who decides what number goes on the title transfer?
If it's not on a bill of sale, it's the person that's submitting it to the tax office.
So if I sell something to you, private transaction, Craigslist, I mean, anything like that, and we agree on 3,000, we can write 300 on the title transfer when we file the paperwork?
That's speculation.
Overruled.
Yes,
We can agree to put a much less significant amount on there for purposes of a tax benefit to us as the consumer.
yes.
In your analysis of Mr. Garcia's bank records, over the time period for records that you had, did he appear to frequently use the services of a banking institution?
Only to convert his checks.
What do you mean convert his checks?
He would get a direct deposit and then he would pull money out and then basically use little debits, some debits transactions.
This is Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
Just for clarification, what time period is it that you testified to?
Can you tell,
Clarify your time period.
2015 to 2016.
those were the only bank records you had for Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
And how would you describe Mr. Garcia's spending habits?
I'm gonna object to outside the scope of my cross.
Sustained.
You were asked whether, in your analysis of the Adelson's bank accounts, personal, business, investment, and otherwise, whether or not there was a significant withdrawal of a large amount of cash during the time period of the murder or before or after.
Correct.
Did the evidence that you reviewed suggest that the Adelsons had a lot of stacks of cash in a safe?
Yes.
Mr. DeCoste asked you, I'm now on to his cross-examination, asked you some questions about the Adelson Institute's subpoena response and whether it was a legal requirement that an employer keep on file a job application.
Yes.
In your training and experience, how many years have you been doing financial analysis?
More than 30.
And during that your experience, do you frequently request employment personnel records from businesses?
Yes.
Is it unusual to not see those items?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Is it unusual to not see those kind of items?
It is unusual.
Was the packet you received from the Adelson Institute sparse in comparison to all the other employment records you've reviewed previously?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Showing you what's in evidence of State Exhibit 109. Kind of exhibit that. Let me show you the bottom. So from the records that you have summarized in this chart, you have to stand over here so I can see it. For the red items, those are all sequentially listed, for example.
Objection asked and answered.
Let her finish her question. Don't answer till I have a chance to rule on the question, please. Ask your question, please, Ms. Norris.
Yes, sir. For the sequentially numbered checks written on, for the sequentially numbered checks, was each date on the check post dated?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Based on the date ranges in the memo line of the check, would the person receiving the check, Catherine McVanola, know what time period that check was for so that she could deposit it after that time period?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Yes.
You don't, Do you know the arrest date of Sigfredo Garcia in this case?
I believe it's May 25th, 2016.
And is it your understanding, and if you don't know, tell me, that Catherine McBanwell was not arrested until later?
I believe she was arrested on October 1st, 2016.
But the checks from the Adelson Institute to Catherine McBanwell ceased after Sigfredo Garcia's arrest, not her arrest, right?
Yes.
On Defense Exhibit 14, this is the check from Sims to Ms. McBanwell that I think you indicated bounced.
Yes.
The date of this particular check, is that anywhere in this? Well, anywhere in this time frame where this big red spike is?
No.
And that was actually a check from a bar or club or some type of business, right?
Yeah, Sins LLC.
Not cash, though.
Correct.
You were asked some questions about working as a bartender, club life, or something along those lines. If Catherine McBanwell had worked 1 to 2 nights a week, making on average $100 a night, maybe the best night $400.
Objection, speculation, personal knowledge. The witness said she does not know.
So there is a question, so let her ask a question, don't answer till I have an opportunity to rule, please.
And I'll preface this. You were asked some questions about what evidence you had in this case about whether or not Ms. McBanwell worked at a nightclub or a bar, whether she got paid cash. Do you remember that line of questioning?
I do.
If I were to tell you, give you a certain dollar amount, $100 an evening, 1 to 2 nights a week.
Objection, counsel testifying in proper opinion, personal knowledge.
If you would let her ask a question, I can rule on whether
Sorry,
it's a
Your Honor.
proper question or not.
Too much caffeine, sorry, Your Honor.
Can I have some?
Don't answer the question until I've ruled.
Don't answer the.
Let's get to your question, please, Ms.
This
Morris.
particular increase in cash deposits in August, in July and August of 2014, would working 1 to 2 nights at a bar for an average of $100 a night, maybe the best night $400 a night, account for the amount of cash deposits you saw in Ms. McBanwell's bank accounts for that time period?
Objection, speculation, person.
It's a hypothetical to an expert witness. I'll overrule the objection.
If that were the case, would that account for the amount of cash deposits you saw in Ms. McBanwell's account in July and August of 2014?
No.
Was Ms. McBanwell, how would you describe her relationship with money? That's a bad question, I'm sorry. Would you describe her money deposit habits as financially responsible?
That's not a proper question. Move on, Ms. Norris.
Yes, sir. When you analyze the records, you're shown Defense Exhibit 13. You're looking at January 8th of 2015, a check card payment to the Adelson Institute for $200.
Yes.
Do you know who which dentist she saw on that date?
I do not know what dentist she saw.
Not whether she saw Harvey Adelson, Charlie Adelson, or anybody else for that matter.
I do not know.
Mr. DeCoste asked you about when people are in a relationship, sometimes one person buys the other things and vice versa. Who was doing the buying in the relationship between Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanoa?
Charlie Adelson.
Did you find any significant records of Catherine McBanoa paying for anything for him?
No, I did not.
He also asked whether that would be abnormal behavior for people in a relationship to buy things for each other. Following up on that, would that be abnormal if they're not in a relationship and they're dating other people?
Objection and proper opinion.
Sustained.
Like one moment, I was going.
Your Honor, the government has a new exhibit if you go sidebar.
All the it's unbelievable. At least we're able to watch it all the way through.
I was asked if we wanted to go late today. I told them that we did not want to go late today. If y'all have objection to that, I can hear from you. All right, no objection. I won't identify the guilty parties. Come on, Miss Norris.
Your Honor, at this time I'd offer State's Exhibit 184.
All right, subject to my ruling, sidebar 184 will be admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Before I publish, we were just asking questions about the Defense Exhibit 15 with the body about Katie letting Charlie Adelson know about her availability and ask some questions about whether that was consistent or not.
Yes.
I want to show you,
Give us the time on that one you were just showing. I was just right. It was September 14th.
2:25 p.m. UTC -5.
It's clearly two separate conversations.
Just hoping to see these conversations between Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanoa.
I can.
And on September 15th, 2014, can you read this message from Charles Adelson to Catherine McBanoa?
The bottom one. Are you coming for me to take out your wisdom tooth?
In response,
I can't today. I got the kids. I need to have someone watch them.
and then the conversation continue. Let me know a day this week.
To try to identify who's calling who, or who's texting who, please, Ms. Norris. And
Yes, sir.
if she gets it wrong, correct her, please, Ms. Hall. Come on.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Okay, now we should be better. So this message from to Charlie Edelson, let me know a day this week when I can come in.
Yes.
So after the, and then this call from Katie regarding scheduling after that
Which line?
line.
The bottom?
Yeah.
Hey, I called. You're there from 2 until what time? Can you call me or are you busy?
Okay. And then,
Again, if y'all would identify who's texting whom, I think the jury would follow a lot better. Ms. Norris, you're jumping from one to another. Let's take them in sequence,
Yes.
please.
okay, just read the messages from the bottom to the top to Charlie Edelson.
I couldn't understand what you just said.
If you could start right here, this message from Katie to Charlie Edelson.
And go up?
Yes, and they're in reverse chronological order.
Okay. If you are just hit me up tomorrow, it's not urgent. LOL, they do miss you. It has to be during the day, 8:30 at night. And tomorrow, are you just going to numb me or am I going to take something? Call me when you have a minute.
Again, from Catherine to Charlie Edelson.
Good morning. My mom gets off really late today. Where are you on Friday? That's awesome. Thank you so much. I'll call them to make sure they put me on the schedule. You said my full name?
Your Honor, if the government confirm what day the second text message.
It would help if you had the date, give us the date and time, please, sir. You kind of moved it over where we can't see that.
Trying to make it large. Where were we? So this is on the 17th?
Yes.
12:20.
Yes, sir. And then on the 17th, this is Catherine, my family, Charlie Edelson. Could you read that one?
Yes, no problem. You're helping me out more than I'm helping you. I'm excited to start today. Yay.
And what does Charlie Edelson respond to Catherine Avila on 9/17 at 12:23 p.m.?
Cool, it should work good. I did say you would call. I did not give your full name, but just say it's cool.
But just call at school.
Yes,
And Katie responds KK shortly thereafter.
yes, it means okay.
And then moving up to the message on 9/17 at 3:29 p.m. What does Katie say to Charles Edelson?
Thanks again for having them squeeze me in.
And then what does she respond again to Mr. Edelson at 3:29 p.m.?
You're the best.
Is that consistent with Charles Edelson squeezing her in for having her wisdom teeth extracted?
Objection, personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. I have no further questions.
I'm gonna allow recross on the last portion.
Thank you.
Garcia, what?
No, then I'll refer to.
Okay.
Magnanimous counsel.
That's how I'd say this would be real brief, but it burned me before today. Showing you government 184. Make sure that handout. Now, it started out talking about wisdom teeth,
Yes.
right? With some conversations. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, this begins on,
It runs backwards because it took me a minute to figure that out.
it begins on the 15th, right?
Yes.
Continues into the 16th.
Yes. Yes.
Now, you don't know what phone calls are being placed in between these text messages, right?
I do not.
So you don't know if the context of these text messages have changed.
I do not.
You can't say whether in between this message talking about excited to start, and to quote you, yay, and then this FaceTime call, if it then didn't change back over to dental appointment.
I do not.
But again, you don't disagree that there's a defense exhibit talking about Captain McBanwa letting him know how many hours she could commit, right?
Yes, I remember that text message. I do not know the context because I just read one text message.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Further, Ms. Norris.
No, Judge.
All right, you're a question of this witness. All right, you can step down. Call your next witness.
State called Oscar Jimenez.
We need to keep this witness further. Sorry, Ms.
Yes,
Hall.
Your Honor, I'd like to remain.
All right, you
subject
remain
to-
under the rule.
Your Honor, this next witness goes into our motions and limine.
Go sidebar. Come on up here, please. Right, if you face the clerk and be sworn, please.
You swear affirm testimony about giving this case to be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. All right, have a seat, please, sir.
What is your name, sir?
Oscar E. Jimenez Jr.,
Will you spell that, please?
OSCAR, middle initial E, JIMENEZ Jr.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently retired.
All right, how were you employed back in 2016?
2016, I was special agent with the FBI.
All right, and what were your duties as a special agent with the FBI?
At that time, I was working human trafficking cases and innocent images.
Did you ever do any undercover work?
Yes, I did.
I want to draw your attention to undercover operation that occurred on April 19th, 2016. Were you a part of that operation?
Yes, I was.
And what was your role in the operation?
My role was to represent a Latin King member and approach one of the Donald Adels.
Donna Adelson? Where were you going to approach Donna Adelson?
This was down in Miami.
All right, was it out in public somewhere?
Yes, it
Can you
was.
tell us the location where you approached her?
I think that it was down in South 5th, South Miami. Can I look at my 302s?
Oh, wow, this is why we're not allowed to see him.
The South Beach, Miami, Florida area.
All right, and so you approached her out on the street?
I did.
All right, and what was the idea? What were you supposed to do when you approached Mrs. Adelson?
Well, I was supposed to approach her and hand her a flyer.
Okay, what was on the flyer?
The flyer had to do with the Dan Markel murder or death, and there we had other notes on the flyer.
Okay, let's start with the flyer itself. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 120. Do you recognize State's 120?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Well, it's the same type of flyer that we handed her.
All right, is it a
Right.
fair and accurate copy of exactly what was handed, other than the writing that you're going to talk about in a moment?
As I recall it, yes.
Okay, Judge, at this time, I'm asked to introduce State's 120.
Objection to 120.
Best evidence in 404, Your Honor.
Overruled. I'm sorry, Garcia.
There's hearsay on there.
I'll admit, 120.
I'm sorry, on 403. Objection.
And let me say, this flyer is being put in evidence to show what the undercover officer used to hand off what is in there is hearsay. You should not consider that as the facts. You've heard the facts firsthand, so they're not being offered to say that that information is accurate. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Kaplan.
Yes, sir. Mr. Jimenez, you handed a piece of paper like this one with this, basically just a news article about the murder of Mr. Markel to Donna Adelson,
That is correct.
and that was on April 19th, 2016.
That is correct.
And you said there was some other information that was handwritten on the flyer that you handed to Ms. Adelson. Do you know what that information was?
Yes, it was the
Objection.
amount, it was a $5,000.
Objection.
Overruled.
Hearsay and best evidence.
Overruled.
Sorry, sir, you may answer.
There was a writing on there with the amount of $5,000 and a cell phone number.
All right. And was this incident with you handing this flyer to Ms. Adelson recorded?
It was.
How was it recorded?
It was recorded. I had a body cam or a camera on my person, which recorded video and audio, and it was also recorded through the surveillance teams.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I've marked as States Exhibit 151. And I also have 153. So 151 and 153. Let's start with 151. Have you had an opportunity to review that exhibit?
I have.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the recording that your body worn camera captured that day?
It is.
All right. And State's Exhibit 153, have you also had an opportunity to review this exhibit?
I have.
And is that a fair and accurate side-by-side video of both the body cam video that you wore and also the recording that was done by agents that were across the street?
Yes, it is accurate.
Thank you. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States 151 and 153.
Any additional objection?
No, Your Honor.
I rule it be the same. I admit 151 and 153.
Permission to publish 151.
You may.
Black shorts, what is it? Yeah. Okay, bud.
Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. You? You're scared. No, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Tuto for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times, and we want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuzo. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to publish States 153.
Okay.
Black shorts, what is it? Yeah. Okay, bud.
Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. You? You're scared. No, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Tuto for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times, and we want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuka. I don't know. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
have you heard this type of operation referred to as a bump?
Correct, yes.
What is a bump designed to do? What's the purpose?
Well, the purpose of a bump is to approach the target or the individual and try to start a conversation or elicit some type of information or give some type of information.
Okay. And is the bump, or was this bump done in connection with a wiretap?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so the idea is to generate conversation that can be recorded, listened to and recorded by law enforcement.
Correct.
All right, and the bump that you participated in, I think you mentioned that there was a phone number on the piece of paper that you handed to Ms. Adelson?
Yes, correct.
And what was that phone number?
I'm looking at my 302, referred
You
to
may.
302. That was,
Let me stop you. Is it 302 just your report?
yes, it's in the FBI, it's our reports.
You may.
302s. So yeah, the number is 305-712-6570, which was my covert cell phone.
Okay,
Do
say
that
it
one more time for us,
please.
if you would, please.
Excuse me, sir?
Do that one more time, please, sir.
Oh, this phone number?
Right.
305-712-6570.
All right, so that number was written on the paper along with the amount $5,000.
Correct.
And the idea was that you were posing as someone who was trying to extort this money from Ms. Adelson
Correct.
on behalf of, I guess, Mr. Rivera or his people.
Correct.
Okay. And did you engage in any other, we're going to listen to some phone calls that were a result of the initial bump, but I want to kind of fast forward a little bit and ask you about other bumps that you were involved in. Were you involved in another bump or a follow-up bump to this one on April 23rd of 2016?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, so you're not familiar with the letter that was sent to the Adelson Institute on that date?
No, I was not aware of that letter.
Let me ask you about a call to the Adelson office, Adelson Institute, on April 28, 2016. Were you involved in that?
I was.
Okay, and how were you involved in that operation or that bump?
Well, I was calling the Institute looking to see if I could talk to Donna Adelson.
Okay, and was that call recorded?
Yes, it was.
All right, have you had an opportunity to review that call?
I have.
Showing you State's Exhibit 152. Is this a fair and accurate recording of the call you made to the Adelson Institute?
It is.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State's 152.
Any additional objection?
I'm sorry, Josh.
Any additional objection?
Other than hearsay, Your Honor?
Right.
Hearsay is the only additional exception, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll overrule the objection, admit State's Exhibit 152.
May I publish?
You may.
Good morning. Thank you for calling Dr. Adelson's office. This is Erica. So can I help you?
Yes, good morning. May I speak to Mrs. Donna Adelson?
May I let her know who's calling?
Sammy?
Sammy from,
I met her last week, and I gave her some paperwork.
you met her last week and you gave her some paperwork regarding,
Oh, she knows what it's about. It's important paperwork.
oh, okay. And your name is Sammy?
Yes.
Do you have another phone number where you can be reached?
My number is 305
Mm-hmm.
712
Mm-hmm.
6570.
Okay, because she's not available right now, but I can have her maybe give you a call back.
Okay, just tell her it's very important. I need to find out immediately what she thinks about the paperwork.
Okay, I certainly will.
I met her last week. Yes, thank you so much.
All right, have a good day.
All right, you too.
All right, and again, this phone call was designed to get the chatter going on the wire.
Correct.
All right. Does this pretty much sum up your involvement as far as this operation?
I believe I have another telephone call.
Okay, but I wasn't going to ask you about that one. I just wanted you to review that in case the defense wanted to
This
talk to you about that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I just asked you to review that
Oh,
call, but I haven't
yes.
asked you about it.
No.
I'm sorry, I did ask you if there's any other involvement. So why don't you go ahead and tell the jury about that other telephone call?
Oh, it was a call I received from Charles Adelson.
Objection, Judge.
Are you going into the substance of?
No, sir.
So your objection overruled. The question is, the statement is received a call from Charles Adelson. I'll overrule objection to that.
And on what date did you receive the call from Charles Adelson?
On my 302, it's April 28th,
Okay. At what time?
approximately 11:35 a.m.
All right. And was the call from Charles Adelson to you, did Mr. Adelson call that 305-712-6570 number that you had handed to Donna Adelson?
Correct.
Okay. Were you involved at all or tasked with listening to the calls that were on the T3 wire?
No.
Okay. So you didn't have to record those or monitor those in any way?
No.
All right. No further questions.
Cross.
Yes. Special Agent Jimenez, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Sam Zeng and I represent Sigfredo Garcia. I'm going to ask you some questions with regards to your investigation, okay? You said during direct examination that you played a role as a Latin King member, correct? Did you do any research to assist you in playing this role?
I've had gang experience working as an undercover, not necessarily directly with the Latin Kings. So, but I do know how the gangs operate and work.
Gangs in Miami?
No, gangs around the country that I've worked on.
So you have no specific knowledge of how gangs in Miami work?
Not directly, no.
And during your and this bump is to kind of light the fire under a wire, correct?
Yeah, we call it tickle a wire.
Right, you tickle the wire because you want to create activity, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your experience as an FBI agent and someone that has nationwide gang experience, a gang member would politely go and hand a person a piece of paper, correct?
Not at all.
Right, they'd rob somebody.
It would be a different approach.
You would agree with me that they would use that the probability of them using force or a weapon is likely, correct?
Possibly, not always.
Now, at this point, in April of 2019, April 19th of 2016, Luis Rivera had not began his cooperation with the government, correct?
I don't know anything about that.
Well, were you aware that Luis Rivera was incarcerated?
Correct, yes.
Right, so he was serving his federal sentence, right?
Yes.
So you couldn't light up his phone, you couldn't get a wire on his phone, correct?
No.
Oh, well, let me ask you this way. Did they do a Title III intercept on Luis Rivera's phone at that time?
I just know that they had a Title III. I don't know about Luis Rivera.
Okay, well, you'll agree with me that at that time Luis Rivera was in federal custody, correct?
Correct.
And you can't have a cell phone in federal custody, correct?
Correct.
And all the phone calls that are in a federal institution are recorded, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you'll agree with me at that time, Charlie Adelson was not in federal custody, correct?
Correct.
And neither was Catherine Magbanua, correct?
Correct.
Sigfredo Garcia was still had his freedom at that time, correct?
Yes.
Was a Title III wired on his phone?
I don't know. I don't know exactly whose phone they were at the Title III on. I was just instructed to do a bump on Donna Adelson.
You'll agree with me that Luis Rivera being in custody would prohibit the value of a Title III on his phone, correct?
Can you repeat that?
Sure, no problem. The fact that Luis Rivera was in federal custody, he doesn't have a phone, so you can't do a Title III wire, right?
Correct.
Sigfredo Garcia wasn't in federal custody, correct? Correct?
Correct.
And he wasn't in any kind of custody, correct?
Okay.
So the government could have put a wire and listened to his phone, correct?
Could have, yes.
What about Jessica Rodriguez? Do you know who that is?
No, sir.
You'll agree with me that during the recording, you were quoted to Wendy Adelson as saying, you've been taking care of Tuto and Katie, correct?
When I spoke to Donna Adelson?
On the recording.
Yes, correct. Or I said they've been taken care of.
I heard been taken care of.
Yes, that's it.
And you also asked for $5,000, correct?
That's what was on the paper.
Who told you to ask for that amount?
The case agent.
Was that Agent Sanford?
Correct.
And this was in April of 2016?
I don't recall the exact date. I just know the date that I bumped him.
Give me 1 second, Judge. Did you have knowledge that Luis Rivera had a family relationship with a Latin king by the name of Sammy?
I don't recall that.
Because you used that name, correct, Sammy?
Correct, yeah,
That was a coincidence?
probably the name just made up.
Did Special Agent Sanford, did he instruct you to use that name?
I don't recall.
But he did instruct you to put the $5,000 on there, correct?
Well, I didn't write the $5,000 on the paper.
Did you mention that you were a Latin king during your conversation with Ms. Adelson?
I did not.
You just referred to him as your brother?
Correct.
No further questions.
Hey, Ben.
Yes, sure, thank you. Do I still call a retired agent?
In my heart, I'll always be an agent.
And I'll go with agent if you're okay with that.
That's fine.
Let's talk about the bump.
The bump?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, it's like planting a seed.
Well, it's to, like we said earlier, it's to to spark something up.
Plant a seed, see how it grows. Fair?
Fair enough.
You want to see in which way those branches go for the purpose of to see who communicates, right?
Correct.
Are you into botany at all?
No, I kill everything that I try to grow.
I hope you're not referring to your line of work.
No, I'm
Okay.
talking about my plants.
Okay. So in this situation, though, we don't know the seed that was planted, do we? The flyer.
That's the seed. Yeah, that's what I handed Mrs. Adelson.
But this isn't the actual one that you handed her, nor is it an exact copy of the one that you handed her, is it?
I recall having handed her a flyer with the $5,000 and the cell phone number on the paper.
But you don't recall that exactly, do you?
The writing on it,
Correct.
what was written, the 5,000 and yes, I do recall that.
Do you remember earlier this year taking a Skype deposition with myself?
Yes.
Now, it was via satellite.
Mhm.
Ms. Kappelman was there. Tara Kwas was there. You remember that, right?
Yes.
And to give you the specific date, that was March 6, 2019. You remember that, right?
Yes.
Now, through the camera, you could see that we had a court reporter there that was taking down everything, and you
Yes,
swore
yes.
you swore to tell the truth, right?
Correct.
Page 9, starting at line 15. Question: do you remember what was in that note? Answer: yes. It was a picture of the victim, Dan, and I think it was a dollar amount, some money amount on it. I can't recall exactly how it was written. I can't recall exactly. Those are your words, right?
Correct.
So you can't say here today that you know exactly what was in that seed that was planted.
Well, I know that there was a phone number. I couldn't recall the exact number because I can't remember the number that was on it. But I remember there was a phone number and that there was a dollar amount of $5,000 that was written on it.
But your words are you can't recall exactly.
When we had the deposition or now?
Would it help you to take a look at your words?
No, you can just tell me.
Go ahead, Mr. DeCox. We're not going to just argue with the witness, right? Ask another question.
Now, we're talking about planting a seed in what would be controlled growth versus just letting something grow. To liken it over to your beard. You have a very long and full beard. One could just let it grow, or it could be trimmed, it could be manicured, it could be maintained to grow differently, right?
Correct.
Now, in this case, this wasn't just planting the seed and seeing how it grew. Instead, it was controlled, right?
To a certain extent.
When you walked up to Donna Adelson, you said, Katie, right?
Katie, no, I said Mrs. Adelson.
When you walked up to Mrs. Adelson on the video that we just saw, you said the name Katie, right?
Correct.
Said it twice.
Right.
You said the name Tuto, right?
Correct.
You said it twice.
Right.
Not walking up and saying, we want 5,000, here's a letter, and then seeing who they communicated with, right?
Correct.
Let's talk about the bump itself. There was an operational meeting before it, right?
Correct.
Miami Beach Police Department.
Yes.
You had task force officers that were present there.
Yes.
Now, for the jury, task force officers work for the local municipality, but also work for the federal government, right?
In conjunction, yes.
Sort of like an in-between.
Correct.
There was numerous agents that were present there, right?
There were quite a few, yes.
You were in from out of state.
No, I was in from Jacksonville.
All right, so you traveled.
Traveled, yes.
There was expenses to travel down to Miami
Correct.
for you and other agents.
Correct.
You had lots of agents that were present.
Well, there were numerous, I don't know the exact amount of task force or FBI agents, but yes, we do have, on the surveillance teams, there were a few.
And that was to get the video footage, right?
Well, to cover the bump, yes.
You also had a high altitude plane flying overhead, recording as well too, right?
I'm not aware of that.
In your experience that you talked about doing bumps, isn't it consistent that you would have a high altitude plane or some aircraft flying overhead?
No. Not all
You've
the
never
time.
had that before?
No. Look, I've been I've been doing undercover for over 20 years, and that doesn't happen every time. So no, it all depends on the situation.
You worked for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, right?
Correct.
A good deal of taxpayer money was spent doing this bump, right?
I would say, look, I just did the undercover. I don't know about the finances.
We don't have a copy of the original letter, the flyers you called, that was handed to Donna Adelson to show to this jury, do we?
I don't know what she did with that flyer. Or a copy. I don't have a copy, no.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation didn't make a photocopy, right?
To my understanding, no.
We have no idea to be able to show to this jury. We have no way to be able to show to this jury the seed that was planted, right?
Correct.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, sir.
All right, did juror have a question of this witness? All right, you can step down. We need to keep this witness any further.
No, no.
All right, you're excused. Thank you for being here. Do you have another brief witness, Ms. Kappelman, or you want to call that? It's time to call a break.
I don't know how brief he is, we can get started.
Huh?
I don't know how brief he is, we can get started on him.
Well, if he's not brief, let's not get started on it. Unless you want to be the guilty party.
It would be you.
All right, we're not skipping this Monday. We'll be working Monday. Objection. What's that? No, I'm kidding. So don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't let anyone discuss the case with you. 8:45 Monday morning. The state's hopeful they're going to rest their case on Monday. Probably a day of defense case, maybe day and a half. We hope to have the case to you Wednesday. Things sometimes don't go as fast as we want, but Wednesday or Thursday. Yes, ma'am.
Wednesday, you on court?
Yes,
Are we in court?
yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Is that gonna cause a big problem for anybody? All right, we'll see y'all Monday morning.
Thank you very much for watching with me. I hope you enjoyed it. I really enjoy doing this and watching trials, as I have nothing else to do since I lost my husband. Anyway, I want you to have a lovely day and stay blessed. Until tomorrow in day 7. Take care.